go, my friends. I am playing Dovahkiin for a little bit. He is going to be my shout barbarian. Whew, I had a really big dinner.
Good day. Welcome. My rope.
The Order welcomes you.
Good day.
Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. Follow on Twitch. Woot woot.
These magic stones are ancient.
Good day. Good.
Impossible.
Yes?
I'll put that to good use.
I am overburdened.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Hi, Michael. How you doing? Yeah, this is my favorite game. Indeed, Christ is God.
This tree is one of a kind.
Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Woo!
It's locked. I need a key.
Good evening. Let's deal, my friend.
The land here is dead and lifeless.
Deckard Cain, you've got to get out of here.
I'll put that to good use.
Greetings. Rick, good morning.
You have...
I need a key.
I'll put that to good use.
I need a key.
good use.
I am overburdened.
Greetings.
Hi, Sonya.
Hey.
How you doing?
Okay.
When I fled.
This monastery reeks with evil and corruption.
I shall make weapons from bone.
I should take this to Charcy. I should take this to Charcy. I can't carry anymore.
Yes?
Good evening.
It is.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good morning.
No one should ever be caged. So cold and damp under the earth. Let the gate be opened.
There. Good day. The car...
Good day. Greeting.
How do I know I can... Welcome to my shop. Stay a while and listen.
I know.
Greetings.
I bet. Not here.
I can't use that yet. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Yes?
Good day.
I'll put that to good use.
You. How may I help you? Good to see you.
Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you, it's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that, but we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once. It's the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah. Live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only gonna see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations, but it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die. Remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. How to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform request that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy a Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating, and less about a philosophical concept such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this. Because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell. And for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder and a bunch of other stuff, back problems. Several of my family members passing away in such a that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our life. And, basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So, it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members, as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity. You can just look at the science on this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, oh, it's no big deal. You know, it's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. If you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now, because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains. Communicate your frustrations. Communicate your victories. Communicate your failures. Everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing, and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So, there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. Alright. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague. Unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Charlemagne got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws of this universe are the consensus that all conscious beings have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that, within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities. Who knows when they might not be there in the future? Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up, and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The Sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the Sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. And the other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. You know, they had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So, if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her. Because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained, this is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 111 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I just wanted to chat a little bit about how does one have things to say every day? It's really quite simple. We always have things that happen in our everyday lives. You mean to tell me that you, as a person, just lay in your bed and literally look at your ceiling for 24 hours? Now, I know there are a handful of people out there in the very deepest depths of depression that do in fact do that, and for them, I have tremendous sympathy, and I feel very sorry, and I have pity, and I hope that they get better and they recover from that. But I will tell you, even that, guess what you can do? Get a dog, for one, and for two, guess what? You can write about it. You can talk about it. But even for them, for most of those people that end up laying in their beds for the majority of the day, guess what? Oftentimes, they're going to be on their cell phones. The most powerful piece of technology one of the most powerful pieces of technology that humanity has ever created, whether it be the lowest tier of smartphone today or an iPhone 17 coming out in the very near future, doesn't matter. They're all incredibly advanced. They can just dabble on that phone, communicate with 1 billion people instantaneously through X, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, any number of social media apps. They can call their friends instantaneously in a form of pseudo-telepathy. It's using our bodies as the physical transducers to produce the sonographic waves, but they're reproduced through the transducers of the phones, traversing perhaps thousands of miles of space to instantaneously, or near enough, communicate with people across the world. You can do this on Skype, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, your phone, FaceTime, doesn't matter. Absolutely mind-blowing. If you just do that, one, you're literally doing magic. What would have been seen as magic 1,000 years ago. And it's because you've had people that have placed before you an opportunity that humanity has never had, through removing layers of abstraction for your choice. That's the difference between choice and opportunity, as I talked about in a few episodes back. Choice, it would be awesome. You would love to choose to go to the moon back in the medieval ages. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that lived in that time that would have loved that, but they didn't have the opportunity. Unless they could literally focus their intent and instantaneously go over there, just by the power of their thought, which is the power of God. They didn't have that ability. At least not yet. But they didn't have the opportunity given to them either by other very strong wills that built the tools that allowed them to go there. And we live in that era now. It has been said that we are born too soon to go to Mars and born too late to discover the new world. But we're born at just the right time to have existential crises. That's what some people have been saying. But there's always wonder. There's always newness. And I'll say this, if that world where you are unable to get to Mars is the one in which you live, and you want to go to Mars, you are the one to put in the effort to get everybody there, or to play some type of part. Believe it or not, the ripple effect of everything you do, whether it's posting a simple video like this and talking about it online, or literally writing the equations to build the rockets to send to the moon, it doesn't matter. It's all important. Every last shred of it. What I'm doing right here, for instance, is adding to the social zeitgeist, which is the psychological, social, cultural undercurrent of the era, the paradigm. I'm building the idea in people's minds that such things are not only possible, as most people would accept that it indeed is, but also necessary, something we should do. Because it absolutely is something we should do. You know, Elon Musk talked about this a little while back, and I've said it hundreds of times. I'll say it 1,000 more. For the first time in the 4.6 billion years, the entire history of our solar system, but let's just keep it to our planet right now, a species has not only had the ability to, of their own volition, leave the bounds of our atmosphere, but we've literally done it. For the first time in 4.5 billion years, we went to a different celestial body. One of our beings, several of them, stepped foot on the moon. A celestial body which just seemed perfectly placed, perfectly aligns with the sun during eclipses, to precisely at this era in human history, because it's constantly moving farther away from Earth, at this era in history of this planet, we just so happen to be born and exist at just the right time for it to perfectly eclipse the sun. The stuff, the probabilities, all of that is mind-blowing. Suffice it to say, you have more power than you believe you do. And if nothing else, if the principal and only thing, in fact, that you do in a video like this, I bring this up really because was somebody I watched yesterday who was like, why am I even making videos? Why are you guys even listening to me? It's like, this is why. But if the only thing you do is tell people that they are worth it, that's everything. That is everything. You give people the belief in themselves, and they can take that to the edge of the universe and beyond. And I tell all of you, we are the ones creating the future. It's us. You are so much more important than you realize. All of you. All right. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this helped. Love y'all. Peace. Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, ends up being forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically to lure him into a prison of their creating. because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they saw. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splantium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go, which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him, finally, and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So, no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life, he would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm, in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So, one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, which is Eden, heaven, right? As you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer is. The theorized end to the universe, as our astrophysicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Nobody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. I think nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the seven wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there. 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin, way back in the 1790s, and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund. All those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there. Rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage, we'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1 billion times. Let's say to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this was rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, as do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, your investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, the cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that. The arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them with 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping the skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this? Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000, and it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years with very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was, because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really gonna have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads. About how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot. If I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing in my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable. Things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. Be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. Alright, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it, all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So, I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up, actually, in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage. I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only ones, not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already, or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer as we as humans see it. If the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them, and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth. whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. There are 3 limiting factors. Welcome to day 194 and tell I'm a YouTube millionaire. There are 3 limiting factors in this process, whatever it is. The process of saving souls on Earth. The process of squeezing as much juice out of the orange as one possibly can. The maximal amount of suffering to precipitate the maximal amount of empathy, and therefore the maximal number of hearts that are turned from stone to flesh in whatever experiment, program, this whole suffering paradigm is. Okay? The one of which I was discussing in previous videos. About how I'm pretty sure my job on this planet, me specifically, is to suffer. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's unfortunate that somebody would have a job like that. But when you're dealing with the abyssal depths of pure negativity and darkness, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And require unconventional means to defeat such a force. There are 3 limiting factors. The first one is the individual in question who is acting as the sponge. In this case, this hypothetical, since there is no actual proof as to what's going on, that is me. I explained in previous videos how I act as the human sponge, soaking up all of the negativity of the world as best I can, kind of like a karmic sink, in a different manner to what Jesus did. Jesus did it at a specific point and basically opened the door for everybody to be saved. What I'm doing is sucking up all the vestiges of the nonsense of the garbage creator on this planet, the demon. All right, that's my job. So I'm the first limiting factor. And if I were to fail in this hypothetical, this is a hypothetical, Jesus would come in. He would step in, just like it says on that vanity card that I showed you guys a couple days ago, and take over. He would sweep us all away, get us out of the mess, those who have been proven to genuinely follow him and love him, or even those who don't want to be with the darkness, frankly. Because if in a bimodal system, if you don't want to be with the darkness, you really can't be a fence sitter. You're de facto with God, because the devil owns the fence. I believe C.S. Lewis actually made a short analogy or story about that, how the devil owns the fence. Those lukewarm are spat out, as is said in the Bible. Okay? So that's the first limiting factor. Jesus will come in and sweep us all away. The second limiting factor, if humanity loses their nerve in whatever this process is, that is, people simply stop trying. They don't agree with what's happening, and that doesn't happen very often because they see the results of it. They're given the evidence of those results. That is, every last ounce of suffering that this person experiences ends up saving another person. You don't see where, you don't see how, but it ends up turning their hearts from stone to flesh, and they become human again. Kind of interesting, the parallels with the book No Longer Human that I read a while back. Their heart turns to flesh, and they suddenly can feel again. They're no longer numb. They're no longer empty vessels, or even worse than NPCs and not even existing without an internal dialogue. So that's the second limiting factor. It's kind of like an experiment, how you have titration, right, of chemicals and stuff, and you have limiting chemicals and all that. I forget the term for that, but you can find it pretty easily online. And then the third limiting factor, obviously, is God. Jesus. When he decides that he doesn't want to go any farther, and he doesn't like seeing the suffering of either humanity or his warrior doing the job for him, and he'll step in. He'll make that decision. Now, I'm of the mindset that he probably has a specific period in mind where if I don't give up, and humanity doesn't give up, which is a win-win, by the way, that he will decide to step in one way or another. So those are the three limiting factors. I think Jesus wants this, we're butting up against the third one right now. Because if I, the sponge, do not break, right, or get saturated, if you will, and stay saturated, and humanity doesn't lose their nerve in continuing the pain process, whatever that is, then there comes a point where you've gotten everybody. And the only entities left are those who have committed the unforgivable sin to sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to know that the Holy Ghost is who and what the Holy Ghost is and still defy it. So those people, perhaps 144,000 of them, I don't know, commit the unforgivable sin. They are the abyss. There is no way to save them, or they're with the abyss one way or another. And Jesus says, okay, I'm stepping in now. You did your job, good job, good and faithful servant, and takes over. Ends the charade for what it is, pulls us all out, and that can take many forms. Either we can collapse the timeline to where it happens specifically at this point in history, the convergence of reality, and we don't have to jump to other timelines. Or, like a polyp, we pop off of this one and are raptured away. Now, what I mean by that is, a rapture in this sense is basically a time skip, okay? A period of time where there's tremendous tumult and destruction across the entire planet, where everybody who's decided they want to be with Jesus would have passed away in that tumult. So Jesus decides to take them away so they can skip over that spot and just be with him. Right? That's what that is. It's just a time skip, essentially. That's when I say time skip, that's what I mean. Now, I had mentioned time skip in an episode a long time ago. It was probably a couple months ago. And that's what I mean by that. But if you endure to the end, then the timeline is collapsed to be exactly at the point where there is no longer any destruction. Aside from the abyssal creatures that will not be saved. So at that collapsed point, if we get there, then we can know for certain that we've gotten pretty much everybody. Or we have gotten everybody. And the only way to get more than that is to convert the abyss into not the abyss. Which I guess is technically possible, because if you can imagine it, it is. But that's going to be saved for another part of the story, for later. Once we get out of this mess, then we can consider trying to pull them out of that. But not now. Not now. It is a triage situation. And to sink excessive amounts of energy and time into that will take away from the souls that can be saved in the meantime. So, 3 different limiting factors. The sponge, the whole of humanity, and Jesus. I don't think the sponge has ever given up. And I think humanity is keeping their nerve up. Jesus will be coming soon. Alright. That's what I got for you guys today. An interesting hypothetical. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas. Don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life. In particular, when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify. Yes, this stuff did happen to me, but do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy in the free market, is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period. Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the only way that is possible, is if all pain, all past traumas are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, Catholic faith, some circles, the tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song, Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here, like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. All right, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite, and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country. And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now is actually for the most part produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So, we have an incredible opportunity that's been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5,000 in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum and this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. Not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake. Honestly, anything above 0 is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign. Well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself, or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment camp or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay? That means it would take about 6 months ish, 6.66 to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes, and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months. So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get, because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So, if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up, whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in. So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this, that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 153 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the principal reasons I am willing to be so flexible when it comes to romantic relationships. One, not just the desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'm 35 years old going on 36, and I've burned a lot of my personal lifetime and really can't wait, and I need to be a little bit more flexible in that regard. But two, because the millennial generation has seen its birth rate positively collapse. The birth rate in the United States is 1.3 children per couple. In order to have a stable population, one that is neither growing nor shrinking, you need a birth rate of about 2.1 per couple. This accounts for the unfortunate demise of babies, like in utero or miscarriages, stuff like that, or they die of illnesses really young, when they're really young, all that fun stuff, not so fun. But you need 2.1 people, 2.1 babies per couple to have adequate replacement rate to neither have a growing population nor a shrinking one. Ours is currently sitting at 1.3. It is catastrophic. The only way, because we're not having babies, that such a situation is being mitigated in the United States is by uncontrolled immigration. But it's not really remedying the problem. The population of the Earth is still not going to be going up very soon. Just writ large, the entire planet is going to have a birth rate that's less than 2.1 pretty soon. But in doing that, you dilute the culture and the history of your country. Not only do you lose those traditions, those things that make the United States what the United States is, but genetically speaking, the 72% of the population in the United States that is Caucasian will continue to decay and degrade and go down. That in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it's when somebody or some group of individuals is actively seeking to destroy that Caucasian population that there's a problem. The world over, the Caucasian population makes up about 12% of all human beings. It's not that much. There aren't that many of us. So we're seen as exotic in many places around the world, in particular places like the Orient, or places like sub-Saharan Africa, for example. There's not many of us. However, there's a disproportionate number of advancements that have come from people like myself, Caucasians. Isaac Newton invented calculus, Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, basically modern philosophy, Seneca, Einstein, you name it. And then, of course, in the modern day, you have people like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's trying to literally get us to Mars. And he'll succeed. We're going to get there. But there's a group of people out there that are actively seeking to destroy the Caucasian population, just out of pure animus, pure resentment. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to help other people. We're trying to make the world a better place. And by virtue of that alone, this darker element of the human family, not really much of a family anymore, and those people are, is trying to erase us. This is not acceptable. But it's even more poignant that catastrophic birth rate is even more poignant in places like South Korea and Japan. And it's utterly heartbreaking to me. Not only are South Korean people, the Japanese people, a beautiful people. They're both beautiful people. Physically, they're very attractive, in my opinion. But they have a rich, beautiful culture, background, history, a clean society. It's spotless there, if you've ever seen videos of it or you've ever been there yourself, in South Korea and Japan, China as well, the nicer parts of China. Spotless, beautiful, utterly beautiful. their population replacement, or their birth rate, is even more catastrophically low than it is in the United States and Europe. I believe South Korea is at 1/3 the replacement rate is how many children they're having. It's like 0.7 kids per couple. And at that rate, in 3 generations, their country will be at 4% of its current population. Like I've said many times, that is catastrophic. That is apocalyptic. It is egregiously bad. It's the same in Japan. And I'm going to be completely blunt with you here. Places like Singapore is part of this as well. Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The people that live there, on average, are very smart. To be completely blunt. There's going to be a disproportionate number of technological innovations that come from those types of individuals. The average IQ of a person in Japan, for instance, is 105, which sounds like it's not that far out, but we're talking about an aggregate, an average. That is insanely high. It's 106 or 107 in China. It's about 106 in Singapore. They're all really bright people in that part of the world. And when you lose that, it's just like I was talking about in the previous videos about the Pareto principle and Price's law. 80% of the technological innovations come from 20% of the population. They're part of that 20% of the population. And they're going to lift the whole world. A rising tide lifts all ships. But if they're not there to do that, we're going to go back into the Dark Ages. It's a similar, like I said, a similar situation in the United States and in Europe. So, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not only am I a failure to launch, and much later in my life, that I need to be a little bit more liberal and flexible with what I'm willing to do, but also the situation in the entire world doesn't just require me to be that way. It requires anybody who's trying to save Western civilization to be that way. So, while I don't necessarily want to do it, and it goes against my genetic imperative, I am willing to be with many women and to be married to them. Now, there's more I could talk about with respect to this. Marriage. The concept of marriage. In heaven, there is no marriage because we are all married to one another. Basically, marriage is replete, and therefore you don't need ceremony. You don't need to say, you are mine, I am yours, because it's just default, de facto. I'm not saying we live in that world. I'm not saying this is heaven. But if it were, we wouldn't have to worry about that. There would just be a default love, and you would stay with one another. Now, let's say that somehow, some way, shape, or form in the future, I do manage to be married, if you will, to 6 women, all at once. Let's say that does happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but let's say it does. I am going to be fully dedicated to every one of them. My heart will be entirely theirs, each person. And I can tell you, straight up, I do have that kind of love to give. And I believe every human being does. But it's our covetous nature that leads us to only be able to be with one. The institution of marriage, one man, one woman, was meant to produce a stable environment to raise children, to prevent any enemies, any devils, if you will, from seeping into that protective umbrella. There are other ways where exceptions make the rule to also make that work. And I talked about this in a video a long time ago. What if there are a handful of people out there that you and I can't tell by looking at them, but are, in fact, very different? The very first stages of a homo novus, as Sheldon Cooper calls it in The Big Bang Theory. A new evolution of human beings. Something akin to what happened in the cognitive revolution 70,000 years ago, where it is believed that a group of human beings ended up breeding together that were highly intelligent and more developed, that made us cognizant, that led us to that point. Kind of a combination of both having that higher level of intelligence and them breeding together, but also having a theory of mind and imagining something greater than themselves. It's possible that such a thing could happen in our generation too. I'm willing to do it. It's not something I want to do, but I'm willing to. And if this is something that we need to do in order to get the Japanese women to stop being such prudes, to stop being the beautiful ones of the Mouse Utopia experiment, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. If you don't know what the Mouse Utopia experiment is, Japan is falling victim to it right now. You look it up. Look it up. That's what's happening. Because Japanese women, generally speaking, are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. And they will not be with a man because it gives them the ick. They think sex is yucky, which is utterly ridiculous. Absolutely stupid. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And that's not just Japan that's dealing with that. It's many Oriental countries. So, if those same women can fully embrace perhaps being angels, if you will, can fully embrace that concept and allow themselves to truly love all the men that they're with and be with them. Now, it doesn't work the same for men and women. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. But, I don't know. Something to play around with. Yeah, that doesn't quite work because it's not the same for men and women. Lock and key. A man can be with many women and be a master key, but a woman cannot be with many men, lest she be an unusable lock. So, it's a weird situation, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And then you've got somebody like Elon Musk who has 15 plus children with many different women. He's a genius who's doing incredible things in the world. And yeah, it's not acceptable that he's doing that, but exceptions make the rule. We need to do something about this. The population will collapse if we don't fix it. So, all right, I'll leave it at that. Let me know what you guys think. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density of whatever of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there that are trying to do good things that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world, I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. All right? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds. And became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. It was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel's making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation, a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue. And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel, our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. They're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me, watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There's this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right, I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just, it is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to be getting fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed. Those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost to 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good. But they're so small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so inverted, I'm not able to be utilized the way I want to be utilized and the way the world would most effectively utilize me. See what I'm saying? So I'm just like, when am I going to break through? When are you going to let me break through, God? When is this going to finally come to a head and things are going to change?
I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I know it. But try to take this with the backdrop of everything that I've told you in my previous videos about my capacities and my trainings and how little I seem to be doing with that. And it's not from choice. It's not my choice to sit idle. I don't want to. But here I am. I feel like Harry Potter, when he's just sort of putzing around trying to figure out how to find and destroy the Horcruxes of Voldemort. He felt completely useless. And it says something similar in the books, if you've read them. For the millennials out there, Harry Potter is a very popular thing. It's a good series of books. J.K. Rowling is a good author. It's not terribly complicated to read, not terribly complicated to understand, so it's very attainable for people. But I feel like Harry Potter, I'm not some boy who lived, but I am being wasted, and I can empathize with what he felt. I just want to be used, man. I want to be utilized. And I want to no longer have to worry about money. Because the expenses keep on popping up right when I get the money. Just like it's trying to keep me at a certain amount of money in my bank accounts. Not let me get past a certain amount. It's like, get off my back. Get off my back. Let me win. Let me win. The only way I'm not winning right now is because you're cheating. Wow. So honorable. But of course, demons aren't honorable. They have no desire to be honorable either. Demons are real, guys. Alright. Rant done. Love y'all. Peace.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Welcome to day 189 and telling the YouTube Millionaire. So with recent events, recent developments in my personal life, as well as, frankly, the world writ large, in the essence that truth does have some type of context to it pretty much all the time. So I think it was Reinhold Niebuhr who said that truths, some of them are truths of context. It justifies re-tackling the same concept a few times as time progresses. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me, baby, don't hurt me. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So, agape, which means love in all its forms, its purest form, absolute, entire, complete love, means that you would be able to express it in any way, shape, or form that you so desire. Nothing is off the table. Everything that you are capable, of which you are capable as a human being and as a spiritual being, you can exercise if you so desire. Now, if you love somebody, and one way you want to express that love is sexual, know that we do it anyway. As Jesus told us in the New Testament, for those who even think of indecent thoughts with somebody else who is not their wife or their husband, that is committing adultery. Now, why would he say that, and at the same time be like just brushing it off. It's like, I'm not worried about it. Well, it's this, essentially. It's the ephemeral and the temporal, and the non-ephemeral, interacting with one another. So, the separation, for instance, that a person has with loving somebody and being in love with them. What exactly is that? I would submit that there really isn't a separation. There's just different expressions of love. I love everyone. I mean that when I say that. It's a dependency on whether they have the capacity to love in return, or how they decide to love. As the meaning of life is love, and how you love is your personal experience, your life. So let's say that you combine the sexual component with otherwise. If you love somebody, which, as I said, I love everyone, then there's really no separation between being in love and loving them if you express every single way how you can love them. However, if you do not love them, what's left? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it hatred? Is it emptiness? Entropy? Because if you love someone, you truly are bonded to who and what they are and love them so much based upon that, then a physical expression is not all that important. Say you want to gobble up somebody's mind because you love what they have to provide there, or you want to gobble up their body because you think it's really attractive, or any number of other things. You are drawn to them, and you consummate that with a sexual connection. You become of one flesh. That is a marriage, just de facto. In that Jesus tells us that if you even have indecent thoughts with somebody who is not your wife or husband, you have committed adultery. That is basically telling us that we're all going to have them. We're all going to commit adultery. It's simply our actions in this world that act as the protection, the umbrella of God's perfect trust that allows for the proper rearing of children. Us all being children, but especially our children. In a very dangerous, depraved, nefarious world. So, to make a thing out of... See, the rub here is that I've had friends tell me that they love me in a similar fashion to how I love everybody. And those same friends that want to engage in sexual intercourse with me. I'm thinking of somebody that I knew back in... well, I still know her, but I knew her starting back at the Air Force Academy. Very nice woman, very kind woman, and frankly very attractive as well. And it was like, what they were saying, and they made this very distinct differentiation, was, I love you, but I will not be married to you. They already were. So it's like, that doesn't quite make sense. It's like them saying, this is me trying to re-put together the pieces of who and what I am to make the most sense out of the crazy world in which we live and how I fit into it or do not. It's basically saying, like, I love you, but the expression of it is simply me wanting to give you what you want and need, but not to be solely connected to you. Like I didn't want to take you all for myself or something like that. You see, the difficulty in me explaining this is the same difficulty that I've had with trying to figure out where I fit in with it all. Being a bog standard white human, well, bog standard white man in the modern era that is resented by so many different people, so many different, like I've said in previous videos. So trying to figure out where you fit in with it all. Somebody wants to give you a sexual connection. It's small, but at the same time it's not. And we live in a weird world. I don't know. You're seeing these thoughts come out of me raw. Every morning I look up to God and I say, hey, give me the words that I need to speak to convey the best message that I can to others and to my future self and my future progeny. So, to others, because who you are now is different from the person that you're going to be in 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 10 years. It's a different person. Same but different. Just a little bit temporarily dislocated is all. And other people are simply different frequencies, different interference patterns. All of the same whole. They're fractured off pieces of the same whole. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. If I ever hurt anybody, whether intentionally or not intentionally, that I need to re-gauge how I'm doing it. Because I don't think that's the proper expression of love, unless it's tough love. And tough love has its place and it's still love and it's very important. So what's the difference between loving somebody and being in love? Does there even need to be a difference? Is it simply covetousness? Is it simply, I've selected you as my other human? I like you as my other human? I don't know. It's a certain trust that you have with them that you have with no one else. But what if there is already perfect trust? That the ultimate conclusion to it all will be that expression of ultimate trust. Like the female lead in my story. Everything that she's doing seems to be contrary to the scientist's mission, which is to save existence. But in fact, the entire time, what she's been trying to do is act as that separator, that differentiator between the scientist and the dark force, by taking the dark force on a merry little goose chase. A silly goose chase. I don't know. Concepts to broach. And that's why I'm writing this story. I'm kind of learning about myself as I write it and I'm writing it as I'm learning about myself. It's a Inception-like loop where you're creating and experiencing reality so fast that you get right in the middle of it and don't even realize that it's happening. But there is something different. I do feel something different. It's just slight. And I think it has to do with me wanting to protect them. Wanting to call them my own. Wanting to covet them. I feel something different with those in whom I want to be in love. And that gets broader and broader every day. Man, I really do wish that sometimes it would just be a little bit simpler. And that sometimes we could shirk all anxiety, all distrust, all fear, and just be with one another. Fully. In that perfect trust. Do exactly what you want. And have no fear of consequences. Because you are protected. And there's somebody I want to protect. I hope she'll let me. She's much younger than me. I bring that up several times because while it's not a rub with me, I know that it might be for others. Might even be for her. But just know that this used to happen all the time. It used to happen all the time. Where the woman would be 15, even 20 years younger than the man. If you look at Caroline Levitt and her husband is 60-something and she's 27. I don't see personally anything wrong with that. To be more specific with the person of whom I'm speaking. I want love. And I want it to be mine. I want to protect you. It makes you feel like a man when you can protect your woman. So, anyway. I'm just going to leave it there today. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Y'all have a good day. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning. Welcome to day 159 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And you know, I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all, is because honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you, not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus, and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient. Follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him. That he is their king. Their friend, their king, their savior. In that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. Using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that because it's perfection, you won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States, they had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly Sisyphus doesn't know what he's going to do. It's like a dog that catches a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen. Always seems to happen, at least. And I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. and not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred, that the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. So, alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 160 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You might have realized or seen that I've been playing some video games on my channel recently. I used to game all the time, but there are periods in your life, seasons, if you will, where you need to work really hard, hunker down, put the pedal to the metal. And there are seasons in your life where you need to just relax, and everything in between. Ultimately, what it comes down to is balance. It's that Aristotelian mean between hard work and play. Hard work and no play makes a person stupid and lame. Play and no hard work makes you useless. So, I figured I have a rotator cuff injury right now. Rotator cuff's a little messed up. Probably from punching that bag a little bit too hard when I'm doing my boxing practice. Why not play a game that I enjoy? Also, I have a friend of mine who lives in Ireland, who's been wanting to play some video games with me. So it was kind of a double win there. So here we are. I'm gaming a little bit. Aristotelian mean. Don't be too far in either direction. It's just like, the Aristotelian mean is very similar to Seneca's philosophy on, I guess, touting your wealth, if you will. I say if you will a lot. It's one of my phrases. That is, if you have a good lot in life, you don't want to dress to the nines every day, but you also don't want to dress like a slob every day. Instead, you want to dress like a 6 or a 7, so that people can look towards you who are not at your lot in life, and aspire to you, but not be discouraged by the fact that you're so far beyond them they can never reach you. So a 6 or a 7 is ideal in that regard. A 9 is not. I'm human. I do human things. I'm human, I promise. I'm human. Ha, ha. No, seriously, I'm human. I play video games. And, I've watched a lot of video essayists on YouTube that are relatively proximate to my channel size. Some of them much larger, some of them a little smaller. And I've seen on their channels much the same thing. That every once in a while they have a gaming stream. I'm thinking of Luke West. I've seen some of his videos. They are actually gaming streams where he's playing video games. So it's all about balance. And I'm going to be having a good time in Reno very soon. My birthday is this month, May 20th. Why not give myself a little bit of a break? There's routine, and there's value in routine. There's hunkering down, value in that. And there's value in relaxation as well. But to that point, there has, however, been a bother that I have seen from many a channel, a personality, on a lot of places on Instagram, for example, where they tell you to just rest. You mustn't be in that station for several years of your life. I don't care if you were busting your ass for 25 years and you just want to take a break for 5 years. That's too long. That is too long. We don't live long enough to do that. And at least previously, a while ago, on the X-Files, there were a lot of instances where I saw profiles and posts saying, just rest. No. No. That only goes so far. I'm done resting. I want to build. My body's damaged because I've been duking it out with demons for decades, alliteration aside. But I don't want to rest. Especially when I have this much energy otherwise. I do have a ton of energy, it's just my body is messed up. That's all. I wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep is ridiculous and it's a waste of time. It's unfortunate that it's a requirement for us. Therefore, I make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep at night. It would just be so much nicer if we didn't have to do it at all. You know what I mean? People will say, oh, I love to sleep. It feels so good. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. What I am saying is it would be even better if we never had to. If that euphoric feeling that you get when you cuddle up and nestle up in your bed, you have essentially all the time, and you don't need to sleep, that's way better. There's need for balance in life. In everybody's life. And if you're working too hard, make sure you don't burn yourself out. Take breaks where necessary. But I will say, those breaks need to have their limits. Otherwise, you go from taking a break to breaking a routine. You go from carving marble to turning into jello. Your body and many other things. A 5-year break from my work is not acceptable. That is way too long. It is essentially like dying. It's like you don't even exist. So, yeah. That's it for today, guys. Balance is key. Love y'all. Peace. What if the nature of suffering is to build empathy? Welcome to day 192 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In addition to that, what if your purpose on this planet is to suffer? There was a person, many of you might know this person, might be a person with whom you're familiar, whose purpose was specifically that, only isolated primarily to a specific, profound point. Obviously, Jesus. What if the purpose of your life is to suffer, to soak up all of the negative energy of the human family? So, people are always praying to God that are in states of suffering, seeking an answer, seeking to have their wishes fulfilled. When they're not, what do you think that means? It means that you are the warrior fighting, putting up the shield to protect and preserve everyone else that does get it. you're the way it happens for everyone else. And ultimately, when it does come to you, however long you can endure, it will be the end state for everybody. But when you're enduring that pain, you need patience to the utmost degree. And don't ever expect that you will be healed, or that you will get those things for which you are looking. That saves the most people. If we're in the business of saving souls, the way you do that is you act as the painkiller for all of their pains. And if you can get joy, satisfaction out of that, as opposed to getting it out of receiving the things that you personally want and desire, then that's divine. You become an infinite well, source of protection, love, freedom, liberty, creation. So when I tell people, I believe in God, always have, always will, because I believe that the person to whom I am talking exists. That's very important. You're basically fueling the fire in their own soul, sparking it, turning them from an NPC into a real animated person, just by telling them that they matter. Because they do. They're everything. There are two paths. The first one is entropy, destruction, erasure of everything. And if that happens, those things never were with which to begin. And the other one is creation and eternity. It will have always been your destiny if you get there. To look at it in a Calvinist perspective, you can actually square that circle if you look at it through nonlinear time and how everything is happening simultaneously. All realities converge into the one in which we live and perceive. So, to tell an atheist that you believe in God, they're not understanding it if they remain atheists. You're telling them that you believe in them. Not in some egotistical, narcissistic way, but you're telling them that they are creators of their existence, of their universe, which is absolutely true. What the double slit experiment shows, the greatest irony of it all, is that God exists. And it's you. Something Jesus was trying to tell us from the start. Trying to show us how to do it. When he gave his apostles, his disciples, the ability to conduct miracles. That's how. All he did was believe in them, just as they believed in him. When you forego belief in God, you are foregoing belief in yourself. You are instigating your own erasure, your own non-existence. And in that final judgment, where that omniscient understanding of all intents comes about, if you have decided that you don't want to exist, remain atheist, Because that's what this is. You will. You'll get what you want. And for those who seek to become the entropy, to actually integrate with the void itself, they'll get what they want as well. It ultimately leads to the same thing, but that's what they'll get. So when I tell somebody that I believe in God, especially with everything I've had to endure, being the warrior that I am, and I am a warrior, I am trying to tell them that I believe in them. I always will. And if I were to give up that fight, then how many people would lose their will? It's not possible for me to give it up, because it's my nature to suffer. It's all human beings' nature to suffer. But those who do not receive the answers while they're alive, or while they're in this reality, it's because they are the warriors that are doing the fighting. I don't expect to receive the answers here. And if this were all there was, that would concern me. It would make me eternally sad. But as it stands, all that will remain is I won't be able to leave gifts for people here. But I know there's something beyond it. And the ultimate challenge, the ultimate proof of belief, the one that the devil is trying to get you to fail, is to not take what you want by breaking the rules, and therefore proving, at least to him, that eternity does not exist. I will keep doing this. I won't get what I want out of it. And that's okay. It does not bother me. And the more I learn, the more truly steeped in an understanding of what belief actually is I become, the more at peace with that I am. But what I'm not at peace with is all those people that are still lost in it, that still don't believe in themselves. Because if there is nothing outside of this, then nothing matters. If nothing matters, then you don't. If you don't matter, then do you really exist? You will get what you want in the end. And if that remains your perspective on things, if you don't listen to Jesus and him trying to tell you that you are a creator just as him, then that's what you're going to get. If I do break, or get just to the point of breaking, right before that happens, I know God's got my back. He'll step in. And I will have faith in that. But the thing is, it's never going to happen. And I know that's the rub here. There are a large number of people who are trying to get me to break specifically so that Jesus will step in. Because either he will or he won't. And they'll know, one way or another. They'll no longer be the realm of belief for them. Assuming that I'm that important, but I'm not. Even so, not being important and still not allowing yourself to break, are you really not that important? It's one of the many paradoxes of this life. It remains that way if nobody knows your story. It's a kaleidoscope. It is a lot of things. Very deep, convoluted, complicated, but at the same time not. Because if you just obey and believe, you don't even have to think about those other things. It's simple. The bridge here is that I am trying to explain what I've learned. And explaining it in all of its depth and multifaceted, multifarious nature, kaleidoscope of it all, the fractal of it all, makes it make sense. So that those who simply can't hit the believe button can have something onto which they may glean, or onto which they may grasp. God is real. I believe. Always have, always will. Nothing will break that. And that means I believe in you. All of you. And you can either choose to accept that or not. I am telling you that you exist. Understand that. Grasp what I am saying there. You exist. You do. You're right here before me. You're not just a projection. Being an NPC even doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means that you're not the main character. You still exist. You exist. Alright. I've gone on long enough. Love y'all. Peace. How are you going to win? Welcome to day 190 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's a question I ask myself all the time. And again, referring back to the Doctor from Doctor Who, he asks himself that same question when he's in his torture chamber. During those 2 episodes I was telling you about before, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. Because he's getting tortured by the president of Gallifrey. That's ultimately what he discovers at the end. That's who's doing it. He kind of knew it all along, but he discovers it at the end. He eventually takes over as the president of Gallifrey, called the Lord President, once he breaks free. Because everybody loves him because he saved everybody. Which is ironic that he went from saving the entirety of his species, his whole planet. He went from saving everybody single-handedly, essentially, to being tortured for 4.5 billion years. The juxtaposition in that story is so powerful that it could knock anybody on their ass if it were real. It seems to be in my genetic makeup to suffer. And to be honest with you, that really is the way almost every human being is. Or I would say it's the genetic predisposition of humanity living on this very painful planet to suffer and to be able to handle suffering, at least somewhat decently. But I ask myself and I ask God every day, when are you going to let me win? I can see the writing on the wall in hopefully not so schizophrenic of a manner. What's going on? And I know what he has me doing on some level. But when is it going to be done? I ask him every day. There is a reason why he has not allowed me to have a wife and kids. Why he has allowed my life to basically go very nearly in the obvious way, in the ways people can see, to be wasted. There's a reason for it. It's because I'm supposed to suffer. It's my job. And I don't like it. Not one bit. Especially when I know that many of those people who are causing me suffering don't want to do that. That they love me. I know they do. Some of them even tell me. But they're told to hold off because he's got a job to do. When is it going to be done? Part of the job and the suffering is not knowing when it'll actually be done. I just want it to be done. The thing is, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because if you tell everybody, and it truly is the case, that you can do this forever, and that it sucks, but you will do it if you need to, that by itself allays your personal suffering. Because you know it's just going to be a thing. You're just going to continue doing it anyway. Which makes it so that it has to last longer, so that you have to suffer more in order to get the full juice from the orange and have it be worth the squeeze. There was a vanity card that the creator of The Big Bang Theory, the show, The Big Bang Theory, with Johnny Galecki and all those other guys, made that was very profound to me, that seemed to be something I identified with. It was basically talking about the human sponge. How he soaks up all the negativity of the world. All the negativity of the villains. And he's not very fun to be around because he's always doing that. But he's critically important and loved. It just sucks, not just for him, but for everybody else, because he's rather morose and sad most of the time. But then Jesus comes back, and he's suddenly a sweetie pie. But still gets uncontrollably angry against the banks, which are one of the primary foundations to the hell on this planet that we've endured the last, well, I would go so far as to say 8,000 years, but let's just say since the inception of the Federal Reserve in the United States. 1913. I want this to end. That doesn't mean I want to die. I love life. I love life. I want to do amazing things with my life. And I know God sees that the things that I'm doing are infinitely important, and they are amazing, and they are beautiful. I'm grateful for that. But I can't see it while I'm here. Like the main character in my novel, The Scientist, with whom I identify the most closely of all the characters in my story. He can't see the Eden that he's making in the story, because he's in the process of making it. And if he ends up seeing it, then it's not going to be what it is. It's the double-slit experiment, observer affecting reality thing. I ask God, and I've gotten some undertones through the picking up the decentralized pieces of the zeitgeist of our world, that it might be happening in 2026, 2028 at the latest, where we're going to finally say, this is it, this is the best we can do. No matter how much effort this guy puts into it, how much suffering he endures, how much of a sponge he is, the enemy is a bottomless pit of hatred, fear, and resentment. There's no end to it. So the soaking up of the negativity is not to get those entities. They will never allow it. It is not possible. It's kind of foundational to their genetics that they are negative. But the purpose of this is to get everybody else who's been bamboozled by them. Again, I pick up on the undertones. I want a wife and kids. Hey, if God wants this in my future, as many wives as possible, as many kids as possible, I'll do that, fine. But that woman that I was talking about, so I've been told through her undertones that I'm supposed to suffer. That the carrot is supposed to be dangled in front of me yet again. And I'm supposed to desire something that I can't have. And what will make the pain even more profound, which is what I'm supposed to endure, pain, is if I get nearly everything else except that one thing I want. And I know there are tons of other amazing women in this world that actually know what's going on and have gone through psychological, spiritual, emotional breakdowns and even had to go on meds because they don't want me to have to endure this pain. They actually do love me. And I love them too, fully. 100%. That's why I'm doing this. I know this for certain. I've seen it. My friend from back when I was in the Air Force Academy had that same problem. I could see what she was trying to do when I was hanging out with her in Hawaii in 2017. And she wanted me to do something, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Because I actually loved her, and I loved her husband. Very good friend of mine. I love everybody, by the way. So it's not hard for me to say that I love. I love everyone, truly. And I want to express that love in whichever way they want me to. You know, I'm not attracted to men physically, so I can't do that. But you get my point. And then I have women that are near me now. I know all of it. I hear the undertones. I see them. I just ask God, when will it be done? When will it be done? I have said many a time, I'm 36 now. When will it be done? Am I supposed to do this all the way until I'm 93 years old, my dying day? Is that the idea, or will it end tomorrow? And I know that part of the suffering, like I said before, is not knowing. And I therefore need to not know, so that I can maximize the potential power of what it is that I'm doing. And a big part of this, if not everything, is the empathy that comes along with it, and getting other people to see and to feel that, and to put the maximum effort they possibly can into fixing it, so that I don't have to feel this pain anymore. That's probably the main crux, the main thing that we're trying to do here. And it's a complicated, convoluted situation, and at the same time not. At the same time, very simple. I don't like living as a leech, like I was telling you. But that's what I'm resigned to. And every time I try to break free of this, I'm told the truth, that I'm failing. And that makes it hurt all the more. It is a paradox, a breaking of the code, piercing the source code, seeing how to actually break this game and pull everybody out of the mess. Excuse me. The most important thing is that. But I'm tired. Just like the guy on the movie The Green Mile, the black guy, the main character, essentially, aside from the guy who Tom Hanks plays, says, "I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss." My boss, the guy upstairs. I keep on going, but I'm tired. Alright, guys. That's what I got for you today. I just want you to know that I see, I understand. I also love you. I want you. I want this to be finished. Alright. Love y'all, guys. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the great cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive, but what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you, a game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand. Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago, back in like 2018, right around there, when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon, or prototypical parasite. And the stance in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it. and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am, someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name, and that's a fitting name. Who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet, that my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier. He basically gets buried in ice and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? You're going to live purely for yourself, or you're going to live for others, or as almost all human beings, live some combination. somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here. Going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5 or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. Those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. But it only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012. Back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. Yeah. Lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow, you're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there.
Hey.
Yay! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute.
See, there's always taxis over here.
Reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
Give you my number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. Sorry.
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that one so you can put the scooter right there?
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked, the guy who has the station, then I want to overbook him. No, okay. We used to be in that. It's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. Alright, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah. Little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it everything.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Excited to make a quick jaunt
over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino, but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. I'm going to start talking. Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though. It's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped. So, we're going to get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside.
You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The wetland reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, that's down there. This is the wetland reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there, though, because it's too bouncy. Very nice. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. Let's see. Soccer game. But yeah, this is Wood Creek High School. My alma mater. This is pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the wetland reserve, because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So, you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day. And it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. Sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here, actually. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So, here we go. Alright, here come the bumpies, guys. Oh, I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This is a park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. The black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes I was coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm going to do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. I'll show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 167 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. This is our last day here at the Atlantis today. And flexibility is the key to air power. When the enemy, the forces that you're facing are constantly changing their strategies to attack you, to defeat you, you have to be flexible alongside that. It's something I've been wanting to say on a video here for a while, is if the only way your enemy can defeat you, or even contest you, is by, one, stacking the field against you, so teaming up against you, and two, cheating, then I think you're doing all right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it fun. It doesn't justify it. But you might be a little bit more powerful than you think you are. So, anyway, that was just something that I've been wanting to say for quite some time on this channel, because it kind of aligned with a lot of other things that I've seen. Those mangas that I've been talking about, for example. And you know, flexibility is the key to air power, like I was saying. Sorry, I just got an email. So to that point, it seems that YouTube is pushing a lot of 20-something attractive women. I keep on seeing them over and over and over, and it's not because I'm searching for them. They're just popping up in my feed. And they're getting the clicks, they're getting the views. YouTube is heeding those types of channels. I'm not opposed to this, especially if those people that they're pushing have really interesting and good things to say, have a lot of wisdom. But nevertheless, it is what it is. So with that being said, find a way to be flexible. How would one progress their own channel, not being a sexy 24-year-old woman, and not willing to try to go through sex change surgery or anything? Sorry, I'm being a goof. Well, for starters, I'm thinking maybe do a little bit of something with my thumbnails. Put some beautiful women on them. And that would be at least the first impression to get people in to see what I have to talk about. So, something like what the Sigma and Alpha male channels do. They'll like put a cartoon picture of women or men walking away from beautiful women, or swooning, a bunch of beautiful women swooning over a man, all that fun stuff, and they get tons of clicks from it. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try something like that. I don't know, what do you guys think? Flexibility is the key to air power, as we always said in the Air Force, the military. However much I resent what the military did to me, and the fact that they aren't actually there to serve the purpose that they claim to serve, they still did have some good kernels of wisdom. There's no doubt about that. There's still good discipline that they teach you, so that you don't lack discipline. Like the guy says on Back to the Future. So, constant tinkering. And this is something that YouTube tells you to do anyway. Constantly tinker with your videos to figure out what's going to work best. As long as I'm not misleading, as long as I'm being truthful and giving content that's actually valuable to people, then I think we can probably pull that off. This is a truism about everything in life, not just about YouTube. But you're always going to face stacked odds, especially if you're a guy like me, which, if you're going to be related to me, if you're a descendant of me, if you're one of my children, which, again, I pray I have, of course you're like me. Bog standard white dude. Bog standard white dudes are resented throughout the world. And resentment comes from a lot of different things, but it's just the truth. T-R-O-O-F, truth. That's right. Just look at South Africa as an example. It's even worse for Asians, actually. The cards are stacked against you. You have to work much harder to get into certain positions than almost anybody else. So, there's no such thing as reverse racism, but you could call that reverse racism if you wanted to. And people would get the message, the point that you're trying to get across. So, like I was talking about in my last video, not being able to get jobs that are requisite to my capacities and pay that is requisite to what I'm worth is definitely, at least partially, due to that, if not entirely, which is really weird to think about. But it's real. And that again harkens back to YouTube pushing beautiful 24-year-old women. Which again, I you know, that's fine, but at the same time, kind of put your finger on the scale when it comes to channels like my own. When you stop me from even being able to advertise, I'm willing to give you guys my money to get my channel to grow. Shut up and take my money. The Fry meme. Anyway, that's what I got for today. Just some thoughts on finding your way through the stacked odds. Because you can, and you will. You just got to keep on going. So, love y'all. Peace. Working smarter as opposed to working harder. Welcome to day 193 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Working smarter as opposed to working harder means, it necessitates, that you constantly tinker with your methodologies. This is especially poignant with people as they get older. When you're younger, you can fail a couple times, a couple really big times with some of your ventures, and dust yourself off, get back up, start again. But as you get older and older, and this is principally why the 30-year-olds to the 55-year-olds end up being the ones who run the main brunt of the world, because we don't live that long, but right around the age of 30 is where we start to get our feet under us. They don't have as much time to get everything sorted out. They have some failures behind them, which is good. It's not a bad thing. And they still have enough time in front of them to accomplish many great things. Enough time for compound interest to really take effect. For those of you who don't fully understand compound interest, Einstein said that it was the eighth wonder of the world. And I would strongly agree with him in that regard. But basically, let's say you take $1,000 that you put into a savings account that gives you 5% interest per year when you're zero, when you're brand spanking new, born. Brand spanking new. You're a brand spanking new human, but you're born. And then you do nothing with it, don't put anything into it, don't take anything out of it, just leave it there until you're 65. That $1,000 will have turned into millions by the time you start taking money out of it. And even with inflation taken into account, you'll still be in the millions of dollars. You still be way wealthier than you were before. You take this and you multiply it by 500 or what have you, well more than that. If you take that $1,000 that you put into an account and you don't take out of it anything for 500 years. Not 65, but 500 years. You're not going to have millions of dollars. You're going to have billions or trillions. You're going to be able to fund the entirety of a central government for a whole country with that one account. Now, had we not taken the funds out of Benjamin Franklin's 1,000 pound sterling account that he set up back in 1790, had we left it in there, imagine how big it'd be right now. When it was taken out, it was like $2 million, something like that. And at this point, it would probably be on the order of like 15, 20 million. And then if you keep letting it grow, in another 50 years, it wouldn't be 15, 20 million, it'd be 100 million, maybe 200 million, then eventually a billion, eventually a trillion, etc. You get the point. So we still have time, at this point in our lives, to really do something great with our futures and the futures of others. But you have to start working smarter as opposed to working harder. You can't leverage as much. You have to go with more surefire investments. And if something is shown to you to not work, pretty quickly you have to exit stage left. You can't stay in a situation like that for long. So that's why when I see ventures where people and individuals are treating me like a slave, paying me 50 cents an hour type of thing. I either need to rejig how I operate in that venture, or I need to get out of it immediately. So when it comes to YouTube, the fact that they moved the goalpost on my mom's YouTube channel and are paying us literally about 50 cents an hour right now, I've re-gauged. The reason I haven't completely exited stage left is because YouTube, the repository, will last forever. Even if YouTube goes bankrupt, those videos are going to stay online. The only issue that you come across there is if the actual servers that contain the information are somehow destroyed, but they're decentralized. So while that could be done, it'd have to be done in all of their server farms across the entire globe. Such is the virtue of decentralization. YouTube knew this to begin with. It was quite a smart move on their part. Even though they have extreme biases, they still did things that were very smart. There's no denying that. So, I'm keeping the effort up. I've just lowered it with that channel. Instead of me putting 5 hours a day into building my mom's YouTube channel for her, managing the back end for her, I'm now putting about 1 hour a day. I'm keeping the progress going, keeping the channel growing, so that even if we're getting literally 1% the views of every other channel that has not been throttled in that niche, 1% of 1,000,000 is still good. That's still 10,000. So, we'll have to deal with that. And if they get to the point where they start throttling even that to instead become 0.1% or 0.01%, then they're not just going to be hurting us, they're going to be hurting everybody. So it's an unfortunate reality that in their effort to keep a particular individual or group of individuals down, if they never stop, then they're going to take everybody down eventually, including themselves. And I ain't going to stop. All I have to do is keep the effort up, even if only tacitly. And that's how it goes. The unfortunate thing is, you have to work smarter, but then you also butt up against your own temporal limits. I can only go so far because I'm not going to live to 1,000,000 years. However, their servers, their infrastructure, their graphical user interfaces and all that stuff will be there for a very long time. They don't really have a time limit. Or if they do, it's on the order of millions or even billions of years, because it takes a few million years for a hard drive, a spinning disk hard drive, to decay. I think it's a little bit less for solid state, but it's still a long time, to the point where the information on it cannot be read anymore. Well, they can just copy the information onto another hard drive before that happens. You see? So it's almost indefinite. Not completely indefinite, but almost. So you have to work smarter. What I'm doing is I'm putting my tendrils out in many different ventures, putting not so much energy into it that it will wear me out, but enough energy into it to where it's been given its proper chance to see if it actually does something. You get much more discerning when every single effort that you've put in has been a failure. So long as you don't give up. And that's been the case with me. I'm not giving up. It's not something that I would ever do. I love life. I want to live. I just want to live well. And that's the rub here. So you get much more intelligent with how you use your energy. Keep that in mind. You can be reckless when you're younger, and it's at least, it's not just salvageable, but it's actually justifiable. Because you have that time to take that risk, and in order to do massive, gigantic things, sometimes it's required to take those gigantic risks. Like getting to a different planet, right? Elon Musk is busting his ass going as fast as he possibly can, and even doing that, building his SpaceX, his boring company, his electric cars, all this stuff, even doing that, he's still in his 50s, and we still haven't gotten to Mars. But he got success, and a lot of it, really early, and this was a goal that he wanted from the start. So he's got to sprint to it, because we don't live very long. And we're very ephemeral. And while he gets it, he's got the resources to do it. He's got to build that infrastructure, which takes a lot of time. And then he's got to have people that are wanting to continue the process once he leaves this planet. I mean, passes away, because he might go to Mars. Who knows? So, yeah. This kind of relates to some of the other stuff I was saying in my last video. You know, it'd be okay if I was delayed this much, if I lived 3,600 years or suddenly came into a lot of resources. But that's not going to happen. A lot of people are talking about how this summer there's going to be a lot of arrests with the deep state and things are going to dramatically change. No, they're not going to. You got to accept that. Things don't happen immediately. They don't happen quickly. It just doesn't. If you want to keep your system at least somewhat together, it can't happen that way. Now, I'm okay with completely burning it and destroying it, but, you know, they're not. So be it. Make the best of your lot in life. Work smarter rather than harder. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Tell me YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And, you know, ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. Was a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right. In some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, you know, going against what he says he wants, things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself, but it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, you know, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility, and he didn't see how I was helping him because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. It makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that. Totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things, the things that you can't quantify, that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal, and if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, then he'll listen to us. He'll do what we tell him to do, because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, and that he's surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle, and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better since he's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. So, that's all I got for today, guys. Never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 138 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And, you know, sometimes you just have yourself in a state of deep frustration, irritation. You could even say depression. In that the world is operating at lightning pace right now. As fast as it possibly can. The white hats, if you will. White hats behind the scenes. To fix stuff. And there's so much resistance from so many doofuses out there that they just can't see. And if we had a time machine and we could look at the consequences with perfect fidelity of our actions in the present, what they would bear out in the future, then things would be different. But it doesn't take some cosmic galaxy brain to figure out a lot of this stuff. Why do we still have the central banks? Why is the IRS still around? Why have we accepted in this country and the world over a 35% nominal tax rate? This is not acceptable. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. And the only place in the entire world that has even a slight vestige of the freedom and liberty we should have, the United States, literally has a per capita GDP. That means income per person, or the value that each person has of the global, or the entire country's wealth, is triple that of a country like the UK, which is a first world country. Because they're so egregiously socialist. Socialism does not work. It doesn't. And communism, the older brother of socialism, is 1,000 times worse. The reason socialism has any place in the world right now is because so many people have such a small horizon of knowledge. All of us do. Don't get me wrong. All of us do, because we don't live very long. And that's the point I make on this channel. That they can't see that not everybody is going to contribute equally. Not everybody is going to contribute, because most people are lazy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because laziness has led us to create technologies that simplify many aspects of our lives, such as a phone where I can communicate with you instantaneously. So it's not all bad. It's just that when you institutionalize the acceptance of laziness, no change occurs. Nothing gets better. You stagnate and decay and eventually go extinct. Did you know that, no joke, roughly 98% of all of the technological innovations of the last 250 years have come from the United States?
where we have at least a vestige of freedom and liberty, and we're still paying 35% nominal taxes here? For what? Crumbling roads? This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. How is 35% taxation even remotely acceptable? And in case you can't, this was the intent of the banksters about 110 years ago. This was the intent. They knew that only about 1 in a million people were going to be able to see how this system actually worked. So they foisted the central banks in after trying to assassinate literally half a dozen presidents who got rid of it. Andrew Jackson is at the top of that list. Andrew Jackson's a badass. Love that guy. Imperfect, like all of us are. He was the president that oversaw the Trail of Tears of the Native Americans, which was really, really bad. But he got rid of the banks. And he even said on his deathbed that was his greatest accomplishment, that he killed the banks. But only about 1 in a million people understand how it works. When you have an ability to leverage on credit, what happens is you have $500,000 homes and people only making $20,000 a year not being able to buy them. And 500 people at the very top of the pyramid own 99% of the stuff. If you really want equitability, freedom, liberty, a level playing field, get rid of the fucking central banks. God damn it. Get rid of them. And for any leaders that might be listening to me, I've gotten the impression from some really good people that, again, I'm very appreciative of the things that they've said and done for me, to let me know that you're trying to follow my lead in some ways. Thank you. Why aren't you doing that? What's the rub here? At a very bare minimum, why haven't you gotten rid of the IRS yet? And I'm trying to be compassionate and understanding because you guys are working at a breakneck pace. But at the same time, son of a bitch, man. We've been trying to get rid of the central banks for literally 110 years. The entire foundations of the United States were based upon escaping central banking. Get rid of the fucking banks. Get rid of them. I'm watching a woman from the UK right now. She's talking to me, she's speaking on the video how she's a 28-year-old woman still living with her parents, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason she's doing that is for economics. Because she can't afford a house in the UK at 28. She can't afford rent. She can't afford a mortgage. She can't get a loan for a mortgage because they only give those loans to the top 1% or whatever it is. I don't know. Get rid of the banks. Central banking needs to be erased and the wound cauterized forever. This is not acceptable. I'm angry today because I've seen the progress just come to a halt, and it's pissing me off. Elon Musk, you need to work harder. $150 billion of cutting spending is not enough. Not even close. Completely erase the Department of Education like President Trump was already working on. Get rid of it entirely. As well as listen to Dr. Ron Paul. He knows what he's saying when he says get rid of the departments. Not just the Department of Education, but all of them. You have 3.5 more years to get this shit done. if we're lucky, if we're really lucky, we might get another good president in there after President Trump is done. Maybe. But I'm not banking on it. That means we have 3.5 years to fix this shit. After literally 20 years of the globalists and the deep state enacting war upon us. I have seen and felt the physical effects of said war. My own military, of whom I am a veteran, tried to kill me because it was that compromised. Fix it. No quarter for communists. Period. Anyway, we need to go as fast as we possibly can. We have 3.5 more years. That's it. As I always say, and I still mean it, because you guys are making huge progress, thank you. But keep going, go harder. I love you all. Peace.
More on aliens. Welcome to day 182 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. The reason I wanted to talk a little bit more about this is because, well, as you know, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial life. But also, one of my good friends, who I talked about in my previous video, Boris, has mentioned on a few occasions that aliens are real. No, they're not. They don't exist. They don't. Every single time that something crazy has happened, like the New Jersey drones, we found out they were drones, or this steel or metal ball that was discovered recently in, I think it was somewhere around Peru, I can't remember exactly, some South American country. There is no proof whatsoever that that steel ball is anything aside from some complex hoax, some military experiment, or some object that at the very most might be from another point in time in history. Now, don't misunderstand me here. There are beings that are from beyond Earth as we know it, that are from beyond this era, and in the celestial realm, if you will. But in this three-dimensional reality, I think the most we will find in anywhere else in the universe, and this could be for a number of reasons, will be just basic animals. I don't think that we're going to find any life outside of Earth that is intelligent. We've had a long time in searching the stars with our telescopes, with our satellites. This is the point right now where we should be seeing the signals. There is less than a 50% probability that we would not see one up to this point. With human eyes looking onto them and saying, oh, that is an otherworldly signal. We still don't see them. It's because they're not there. Everything, these little pieces happening, the reason that's happening now is because it has to. Because we're at that 50% threshold right now. And if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't mold our perception in some way, shape, or form, that they're going to no longer be perceived. And if they're not perceived, they don't exist. Frankly, they don't. And we're not going to manifest them into reality. If they want to exist, they have to straight up show themselves. They're not going to. Because they're just specters. They're ghosts. The ones that are here, that have shown themselves, are not foreign. They're what you already know of. They're your family. They're the ones that love you. That are here to protect you. That are here to serve you. They are, in fact, you. No. Those aliens, they're not there. They're not. I explained some of this actually in my story, and it looks like nobody's going to read it. Page Publishing has told me that I've gotten 20 book sales. I know they're lying to me, which that should be grounds for a suit, but there's not enough money there for me to sue them. But they told me I sold 20 books, so apparently nobody's going to read the story. Okay, fine. I'll just explain it here. Those gray aliens that are in our pop culture, I want to be proven wrong. I want you to understand that. I want to be proven wrong. But I won't be. Those gray aliens are us. They are us. When we develop time machines, which if we can conceptualize them right now, that means we're going to invent them very soon if we haven't already. Okay? Period. End of story. If we can conceptualize it, it's only a matter of time before we actually make it a reality. These gray aliens are us. From a divergent timeline. Our future, where we barely survive this great divide that we're going through right now. They're one of those futures, where those of us who do survive overemphasize our intelligence and underemphasize our physical forms. And when it is said that they are from Zeta Reticuli, some of them, that's true. Because we use teleportation devices to get over to that planetary system. So, star system. I think it's like 40 light years away. Something like that. And in that, they're on a different set, or within a different set of environmental pressures, not only through their own personal emphasis, but also the pressures of that environment. They would lose their hair, they would grow smaller, and they would get very, very intelligent, and potentially even with robotic augmentations. They are us. And they can't lie to you, per se, if it is ever seen, or they are ever asked questions. I've said this before on videos, but like I said, there's virtue in repetition, because most of you are only going to see me once. So I might as well say the most important pieces out here that I can. Every single time a gray alien, as we see it, is questioned on their origins, they are always saying that they are our descendants. Every time. And these other creatures, like these mantis people, or these what are they called again? The Nordic beings and all these other ones, they're all creations of us. The Nordics are us from the future. The mantis beings are our creation through our science and our manipulation of DNA and stuff like that. You can conceptualize it happening. We did it. They're not there. Not in this three-dimensional reality. Not in this era. If you were to go to any other part of this three-dimensional universe, instantaneously, the most you will find, I would surmise, is animals like my doggo back there. My buddy. My doggos. My buddies. There's also the little aspect that, let's say I'm wrong about this, which the probabilities would indicate that I should be. I should be. Doesn't seem to be the case. I want to be proven wrong, but they won't show themselves. If there were ever a time that they were going to, it would be now. With the craziness that's happening on the planet right now. But they won't do it. There's also the element that every single time an intelligent species is born, becomes fully cognizant, has its own agency, that it's whisked away from this reality in kind of a similar fashion to the way we're being right now. In that the reality is rendered irrelevant to those beings. When we actually do invent time travel, this reality will be completely irrelevant because we will no longer be bound by it. And we'll be able to freeze our metabolisms and live forever and transcend our bodies and go from one body to another simply by the power of our thought and intent. It's just a stone's throw away. And that's a giant leap. But it's like a... what's the word? It's discrete. It's not continuous. It's discrete. So it goes like this. You know? Like a pixel. Like computers. Computers are generally discrete. But physical bodies and analog systems are continuous. So we invent this technology, which I would go so far as to say it exists right now, and we're just trying to mollify ourselves to be able to handle it so that it can be presented to all of us. Then this reality is completely irrelevant. Irrelevant. Sorry. If I tell you to think about, or not to think about elephants, what are you thinking about? Elephants. The movie Inception. There was a lot there. Another element that was probably incepted into the zeitgeist, into Christopher Nolan's creative mind, because he could present it to us properly, to give us another little aspect of it all. It's hugely important. I also talk about Inception in my story, which it looks like nobody's gonna read. I do keep in mind that The Alchemist in its first 2 years of being on the market sold 2 copies. And The Alchemist now has sold tens of millions of copies across the entire planet. And it's an extremely popular book today and will be forever. I do keep that in mind, but at the same time I don't have the ego to say that I could come anywhere close to that level of success. I'm probably just going to be another forgettable author, regardless of how good or bad my writing is. Because it's not just about you being good, you also have to be discovered. So. But I talk about it in my story. You can decide whether you want to read it or not. It's this one right here. You decide what you want to do. You decide what you want to believe. The aliens aren't there. They're not. I wish they were. God's there, though. Again. As human beings, we are, out of necessity, made to be humble, to have humility. And to say that we are made in the image of God is the very closest we can get to say the truth. That we fully are God. Little fractioned pieces of Him. We are God. He made us to be that. We're the ones that are actually making this reality around us. It's our perception that makes reality. And the aliens are not there. They don't exist. Until they prove me wrong, they will simply be specters, ghosts, our descendants that are trying to force the path of reality in their direction so that they continue to exist. But they don't. Alright, guys. That's all I got for today. I had to say something here because my friend Boris has brought this up several times and I think he's being misdirected. But, I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece. And how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure. I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174 until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporally biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places. Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors are people like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. He's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome. It's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you to do in that book, like the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, you need to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that I do, I have a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut. Blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done. Constantly blockaded. I told you about my mom's YouTube channel that has 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people. I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living, through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of like genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. That is valuable. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. It's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person, because she's only 24. So even 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So that means she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Telling them that they're a virus on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor. His mentor being his dad. His dad being the other part of God, part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God, God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's a video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it. Most of the time, without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote, "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people, working over the course of perhaps decades, using advanced and complicated technologies, before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about
25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb-ing your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 115 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. And I've got another book review for you today, actually. I started this book, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, immediately after I finished the last one, No One Writes Back. And I didn't expect that I would finish this one as fast as I did. But the thing is, it's a relatively short book. So it's only 130 pages of quite small pages with pretty large margins. So I would guess it's like 20,000 words or so, if that. But it's pretty straightforward. So the guy who wrote it was a victim of locked-in syndrome. He had a cerebral cerebrovascular accident. He had a stroke, right? Where at the base of his spine, or right here, basically, a blood clot exploded and caused him to be paralyzed. This book reminds me distinctly of the movie Source Code with Jake Gyllenhaal. And in Source Code, which, by the way, is probably an S-tier movie, in my opinion, it's up there with the likes of Inception and Gladiator and Braveheart, like among the best movies you can watch. Jake Gyllenhaal is a pretty good actor, but this is very distinctly similar to that. In that movie, he is part of a government research project where he's in the military, he's a captain, and his lower body gets blown off. And he had signed up for this research study or experiment where if he were on the verge of death, they would prevent him from dying. So they put him in like this glue stuff so that they could try to use his mind while he was on the verge of death to see, because they had a hypothesis that they'd be able to look into the future with that. In the movie, yeah, they were able to do that, and eventually it's revealed what happened to him, and the fact that his lower body was gone, and he was in like this little vessel, like a diving bell, actually. I get the impression that the person who made that movie probably read this book. And the reason this book was written at all, more than likely, is because of the profession of the main character. His name is Jean-Dominique Balbi, right? It was written back in 1996. And he was actually the editor-in-chief of Elle,
a very popular magazine at that time in France. He's French, obviously, for you can probably discern from the name. And because of this, he had access pretty much immediately to editors, publishers, writers, authors, all this stuff. And he had Claude, I don't know if I'm saying her name right, who was a transcriber, author person, come in, and because he could blink his left eye, that's how they communicated. Eventually, he did get a little better over the course of the year that he was alive with this syndrome, where he could turn his head a little bit, he could grunt, but he blinked his eye, his left eye, and that is how he communicated with Claude to get this entire manuscript written, all approximately 20,000 words of it. It's very good. I very much recommend it. So the way this is going to happen going forward is I'm either going to give you a recommended or not recommended, and then on top of that, if it's like S tier, then I'll let you know if it's in the S tier. But otherwise, it's just recommended or not recommended. And this one is a strong recommend. It's very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Easy to read. If you're somebody who has difficulty getting into reading because it's a little exhausting, this will be a pretty good one for you. Let's see if I have anything else I wanted to say. I always write notes of the books that I read so that I don't forget main points. It harkens back on page 94. Finally, I had forgotten Mithra Grand Champ. The memory of that event has only just come back to me, now doubtfully painful. Regret for a vanished past, and above all, remorse for lost opportunities. This reminded me of something that Bailey Schilbach said, because she also read this book. The name of one of her videos is Almost as Grief. Almost as Grief, we're talking about regret. So, also on page 102, he talks about the book Seneca, who's one of the ancient philosophers of humanity, and I'm also going to probably read that book next. So yeah, there you go, guys. That's this one for you. Hope you enjoyed. I'll talk to y'all soon. Love you. Love you all, as I always say. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 105 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And in the last two videos, I've had a little bit of a discussion on opportunity. So the first one, I talked about the difference between choice and opportunity. Choice being basically your purview of free will, and then opportunity being a subset of free will, choice, dependent upon the environmental and socioeconomic factors of the current era in which you live. And then I discussed in the next video the opportunity that many young people have today with respect to building massive, massive businesses with lots and lots of economic power right here on this platform, on YouTube. Specifically between the ages of 22 and 26, though it could even go much, much, much younger if an individual is willing to start younger, like Dear Dia. And then there's this one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. I've said this a few times, but I want to reaffirm its importance here. So luck, something I don't actually in itself believe in, even though I myself have had tremendously bad luck in many, many ways, in many avenues of my life, with all the stuff that's happened in my professional life. The fact that I lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoin a few years ago by a margin that went exactly down to my bankruptcy threshold in terms of the dollars and the cents. Leverage trading stuff. foolishness on my part, don't get me wrong, but even so, I saw it. It was like, I saw that, and they wanted me to. The evil bastards doing it to me. So, my luck has always been really, really bad. But that doesn't mean that yours has to be. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Your opportunity is here on this platform right now. YouTube. And if YouTube doesn't work because it's got its fingers on the scale, it's not a fair platform, even though it should be, it's still the one that makes the most money. But if you are a specific demographic of individuals, you're going to be successful if you try. I'm not in that demographic. I'm not a 22-year-old woman. Let me be honest with you. I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to tell looking at me, right? My purpose in making these videos is to help with the preparation aspect. When that opportunity comes, if you're not prepared, you might just discard it, regardless of what it would do for you and your family and your legacy. Just like, I can't handle this, it's too much money all at once, because that's what's going to happen. I'm promising you. Be prepared. And I'm trying to help you with that preparation. It's gonna happen. All those people that I mentioned in my last video, and by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there are many, many, many more people, like Kira Lutan. I didn't even mention her. She's got 80,000 subscribers. She just popped up out of nowhere. Take advantage of the opportunity. Be prepared. If you don't know what to do with the money that's coming in, I'll say here's a good starter. And this applies to anybody that's in this opportunity mode right now. The way to prepare. Don't spend it on rubbish. The people who I pointed out in the last video, I don't suspect that they would anyway, because they seem to be very wise individuals. But for everybody else, don't spend it on rubbish. If you don't know what to do with the money, hold on to it. Put it into a savings account, and at a bare minimum, if that's too much for you, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that if they see money in their account, they just have to spend it. They cannot resist. It's some itch that they have. But if that be the case, then just start up a Robinhood account. Get the app on your phone, start up a Robinhood account, and just buy SPX. That's the S&P 500 index fund, right? I think it's like $150-something right now. They even have leveraged tradings of that stock. I don't recommend them. You shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. But if you want to, you could do that. And if that doesn't work, if you just absolutely cannot resist the itch to even take it out of Robinhood and spend it on rubbish. Again, this doesn't apply to the people that I talked about in the last video because they, I'm sure, already understand this, at least on some level. Then literally take it out of your account, put the cash, the dollars, in an envelope, seal it, or don't seal it so you can keep on adding to it, and put it in a safe somewhere so that you don't even know you have it, or you do know, but you don't know how much it is, or you do know how much it is, but it's not on the top of your mind. You have to basically block it out so that you can let it build. Because as I talked about in one of my shorts a while back, it's the anxiety that gets to us. It's the anxiety. We're anxious for the future to come already. Too worried about things to come and what we could do with that money that we're distracted by that. A stable diffusion of anxiety is doing other things that are productive in the interim, such as reading valuable books, making you a stronger person intellectually, writing, journals, recording videos,
like this. It's part of the reason I make these videos. I need my own stable diffusion because I know that I have to wait before I can get more leverage of my own. Do things that are productive in the interim. And a YouTube channel like Bigger Pockets, that's part of the reason they are there, to help other people have that stable diffusion of anxiety. It's the ADHD in the highly intelligent of this world, and the highly productive and the industrious, that needs to be eschewed. And that's how we do it. Because the simple fact of the matter is we have to wait more times than not. I'm trying to prepare you, though. Give you a vision of what's about to happen. Those people I talked about in the last video, as well as many, many others in that boat, there's a lot of success that's coming your way. So I want to prepare you. That's what I'm trying to do here. And having a few years on you, I have a tiny bit more wisdom, just a tiny bit. The amount of information I know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information I do not know. So keep that in mind. It's just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit is really just a frame of reference. I can meet you where you are because I've had 10 more years as a human being. 35 years on the planet. That's it. And if I were in your shoes at 24, 25, 17, oh man, the exponential growth of your wealth, if I would have just started that early, if I would have known, I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But you guys can still do it. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Be prepared. Love y'all. Peace.
I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't. Welcome to day 183 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal. But on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. more hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume, through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon were actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to all the time, still a really good artist and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man, finds himself through decentralized internet divestment. But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you, like flies on a wall, don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to four-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this. The woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't, because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. And I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun 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 dun. Oh, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. Good Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 124 until I'm a YouTube millionaire, and this one's going to be a basic economics lesson. Since I'm not going to have the opportunity to help directly the people I would love to be able to help build themselves an economic empire and all that. In particular, I'm talking about, sorry, there's a piece of hair on my camera, a female species that I would love to help build their economic empire. But since I can't do that directly, I'll do it indirectly here with a video. So, let's say that you live in Ohio. Person I'm thinking of doesn't, but let's say you live in Ohio and you're spending about $1,000 per month, which is actually a high estimate, on your rent. And then all other expenses, your food, your electrical, your gas, your water, all that stuff, is an extra $500 per month on top of that. So $1,500 per month expenses. Let's go ahead and add gas into that and car and stuff. So an extra $150, so $1,650 a month. And that's a high estimate, because out there you can get a rental property, a rental unit. I actually have units myself that I rent out for this price for $600 a month. And it's nice, too. It's in a very nice area. But let's just say, high estimate, $1,650 a month, all expenses included. That can even include medical care, insurance, medical insurance. So if you do basic math, let's say you get a low-end job out there, making $12 an hour, because they don't have a minimum wage of $15 an hour out there. So $12 an hour, working as a Walmart associate. Okay, $12 per hour times 40 hours per week times 4 weeks in a month, 480, about $1,700 a month. So just with that alone, you can make a living. You can survive. You can be comfortable. Now what you have, remember, compound interest, sweetheart. Compound interest. This is humongous. Okay? I wish I had the kind of growth that you got right now. But it's going to get good. Alright? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to get good. Especially since you're so young. Oh, if only I would have been able to start this when I was your age. So, $1,700 per month is what you would make off of a basic job. Now, I know that you do a different type of job where you live that actually makes even more money than that, a lot more. Even though it's in an expensive part of the world, it's still, you make up for that with the tips and stuff. But we're just using this as an example. So $1,700 per month, you're still in the green by a significant margin. Then you have YouTube. All right? You've got YouTube right there. Let's say you got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Which you have more than that right now, but 10,000 subs. And you're getting, so normally you'll get about 10 to 20% of your views on your videos, each video. So your number of subscribers as views on each video. So 10,000 subs equates to about 1,000 to 2,000 views per long-form video. It's what it should be, but YouTube's algorithm's all over the goddamn place right now. You just so happen to hit the jackpot, and it's working properly. So 2,000 views, let's say, is what I know you're getting more, but I'm just going to say that average conservative per video. Usually the CPM, what you actually make, cost per milli, the amount of money that you make per 1,000 views, this depends on the niche, but the niche that you're doing is around $5 per 1,000 views. So you're posting a video every 2 to 3 days. Okay? So let's say you get 15 videos posted a month. 15 times 15. What is that? Well, that's $225 a month. Which doesn't seem like that much right now. But you're growing fast.
really fast. So you are gaining roughly, I would say, what is it? Probably a good 5 to 10% per week, which is insane. You'll be at 100,000 in a blink of the eye, but that's about what you're making, or what you're growing per week. So to exponentially grow means that you're getting that 5 to 10% on top of whatever you have from the previous week. So you can do the basic math. I've got my MATLAB program actually pulled up here, so I'll do that for you real quick. Let's show you what that would be in a year, which you can anticipate that you could actually keep this kind of growth going for a year or longer. All right, so 1.05 raised to the 52. You'd be 13 times the size that you are right now. So you're at about 10,000 subs right now. You're actually a little more than that. Multiply that by 13. 150,000 subscribers in a singular year. I can see you be there, by the way. Easily. Easily. Okay? 150,000 subscribers. If you don't believe me, look up Kira Lutan. You're way more insightful than she is. And she's got almost 100,000 subs. I like Kira Lutan. She seems pretty nice. But you're way more insightful than she is. All right? So 150,000 subscribers. You do the same basic math. That equates to roughly 30,000 views a video. If you're still keeping up at your current rate of posting. So 30K views per video. Still about $5 per 1,000 views. That's $150. So times 15. This is you at 150,000 subs. That is, make sure I'm doing the math right. I believe that's $2,250 a month. Times 15. Yep, $2,225 a month. And that's on top of what you're making in your other stuff. I know that you also do Calendly calls. That is going to increase at the same rate that the size of your channel is going to increase, if not faster, because you also are exploding on Instagram. You're utterly exploding on Instagram. My goodness, what is going on over there? And while Instagram itself doesn't make much money, the way you make money off of it is you sell products. And your product here is your Calendly, where you can actually meet people one-on-one. And if you look at Elliot Hulse, he is a wisdom teacher on YouTube. He doesn't get very many views on his videos, despite his number of subscribers, because he wasn't consistent about it. He stopped posting, and therefore all the viewers stopped watching his videos. But because he's got his Calendly set up, something similar to what you have, he does $100 per hour, or per session, and he's making like $20,000 a month on that alone. On that alone. That's humongous. It's something to that effect. So, as the size of your channel grows, you can also exponentially increase what you're charging. Now, this isn't you trying to be stuck up or anything. This is you being a very in-demand quantity. And you need to make sure that you are valuing your time properly. So when you get to that point, you are going to be very, very, very in demand. Even more than you are now. Let's just say, purely off AdSense, $2,225 a month. You're also going to start getting like brand deals, and advertisers are going to come to you directly to talk to you to advertise their products. And that's going to be, for a channel that size, say $1,000 per ad read. And you'll probably have one maybe every 2 or 3 episodes, which means that you'll have about 5 of them a month. So that's $5,000 a month off of that. This is just in 1 year, if you keep going. Which, don't stop, sweetheart. Don't stop. All right? So, And I'm doing this because I can't talk to you directly, unfortunately. So that's fine. I'm still going to try to help you. So $5,000 a month off of Calendly, and then $5,000 a month off brand deals. You'll be making $10,000 a month from Calendly and brand deals, $2,225 a month just off of AdSense, and then you're still going to be making your money as, I'll just say it, a waitress. So $4,000 a month, let's say, that you're getting off of that. That's $16,000 a month, which is, do the math, $192,000 a year. Okay? Let's say you keep your expenses relatively where they are. You do want to increase them just a little, not a huge amount, just a little, because follow the Seneca philosophy. You want to be just a little bit over the average person so that you can give them an incentive to become better, but not so far out that they can't reach you. So, you might get some nicer clothes, a nicer car. Maybe you get like a Mercedes or something, or a really nice Jeep. Just an idea. But you're not going to go out there and get yourself a Lamborghini and put yourself in debt. But like a Jeep or something. And your expenses go up to, say, $2,500 a month, maybe $3,000. And you're making $16,000 a month. $13K you are going to have as pure icing on the cake. All right? That's $150,000 a year. Now, what are you going to do with that money? Here's what I recommend. You do what you want to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I was a financial consultant for a while. I'm also, like I was saying, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a pretty smart guy. I know how to handle my money all right. Here's what I would recommend. You take split it up into 4 pieces, 4 partitions, if you will. So, one partition is for your fun. You go out and do stuff and enjoy life. Enjoy the finer things in life. So let's say that's $4,000 a month for you to do that. Because this is going to divide, it wouldn't be $4,000, it'd be about $3,000 a month. Okay, $3,000 a month for that. And then $3,000 a month you put into Bitcoin. Bitcoin only. No altcoins. Not even Ethereum. Not Bitcoin traded funds or anything. Bitcoin. Period. End of story. The easiest way to get it is to go to Coinbase.com and set yourself up an account. Buy that, set up automatic monthly buys, set it and forget it. Don't even look at it. That money no longer exists. You will look at it when you want to actually draw from it, say 20 years from now, when it's going to, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars if you start now. $3,000 a month, you put in, stocks and the stock market. The easiest way to do that is to go to Robinhood, get yourself a Robinhood account on your computer or your phone, whatever, and just set up automatic buys to where you buy an S&P 500. You could even do it on margin if you want. I don't recommend it, but you can, where you're getting an extra 25% growth by doing that. There are different margin setups that they have, but I'd just say go get yourself some S&P 500 stocks on Robinhood. They don't charge you any fees on Robinhood, so it's a really good program, really good app to use. And then the last part of that 1/4 you use to invest in real estate. Real estate is the most time-honored, best way to become wealthy ever known in the history of the human race. It is the best way to do it. It's the most surefire. Now, the reason I brought up Ohio in these numbers earlier was because it's one of the best places to buy real estate properties for rentals. It has one of the highest rent to cost of property ratios. So I have, for instance, a property that I bought for $144,000 back in 2018, I want to say, right around there. And I make about $4,000 a month off of it. $4,000 a month, not a year, a month. You can't find that almost anywhere else. Okay? So real estate is what I would say you want to spend your last fourth of that portion of money that you're not spending for surviving on. This is going to be in about a year. You're going to be 25. I'm revealing a lot about the person I'm talking about, but it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, that's going to be your last fourth there. Do the math. Your channel is going to be continuously growing, even after this year mark that I'm giving you right now. It's probably going to get to 1 million subscribers, and it's going to proportionally grow in that way in like 2, maybe 3 years, if you keep on consistently posting, which I pray you do, because this is, I'm telling you, sweetheart, you hit the jackpot. Pardon my language, but you fucking hit the jackpot. You got a 21 on blackjack. I prayed to God that one day I get as lucky as you did. So, 10 years from now, let's say you're actually following this procedure. It'll change a little bit. You know, you want to keep your books straight. It's going to change a little bit because, you might have different ideas of exactly what you want to do, but extrapolate this over 10 years. I'm just going to do a very basic compounding program here. Okay? So I actually have a compound program that I set up on MATLAB. I built it myself. So let's say you have 13,000 that you're putting in per month. And how much you're going to contribute per month? That's what it is, 13,000. And how many years until you desire to retire? This is not retirement, but I'm telling you this is what's going to happen after about 10 years. And then it'll increase with inflation. And your growth rate, we're just going to say, is conservatively 10%. It's actually going to be a lot more than that. A lot more. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to say 20%. Because that's probably more accurate. At that time, you will have contributed $1.7 million to the entire portfolio, and you will have gotten yourself up to $5 million of net worth. And it's going to grow a lot more than that. A lot more. I'm being extremely conservative. Bitcoin itself, I mean, its target is like $5 million per coin in 10 years or so. Do the math. It's mind-blowing. So, it's small right now, sweetheart, but it's gonna get big. Also, I do want to remind you, there is the small possibility that YouTube could collapse if they don't fix their algorithm. There is the small possibility of that. So, keeping that in mind, make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I know you've got that humongous Instagram channel, or page, whatever. But you might want to also start working towards putting videos on Rumble. Rumble specifically. Because Rumble is a very good alternative. It's not nearly as good as YouTube yet, but it may one day get there. I hope so, because YouTube is very politically biased, and it makes it very difficult to post good content on it without being shadow banned and throttled and stuff like that. So, yeah, you hit the jackpot. Oh, and this one I'm actually going to talk directly to somebody because I want her to know. Rachel, on X, start a YouTube channel, sweetheart. Start a YouTube channel. You saw the math. You are a very attractive, very kind woman, even though you think you're just angry and all that stuff. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're going to gather a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers on YouTube very quickly. So start making some YouTube videos. They could be of your art. They could be of you just talking, your ideas. Again, if you're insecure about your ability to do that, look at the woman I talked about earlier. I like Kira Lutan, but she's got very basic things to say, and people still love to listen to her. All right? So don't be insecure about it. So, all right, guys. I'm excited for you. I am excited for you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day and happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time, because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shieldbox 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult, because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to actually be real leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on... I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day.
But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that I believe it was the Soviets and the United States wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the Earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine, and I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, he's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5, being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. There was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all be gone except for me, and maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me
losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result. Because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to. So that was good at least. But I could tell that that was manufactured too. And then her seventh point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. The devil and the angel on our shoulders. So strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Sometimes you find yourself in very compromised emotional states, seemingly out of nowhere. Welcome to day 175 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That was where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm not going to let the enemy win. This is what I'm telling you right now. No matter what happens. Everything's sort of converged.
at once. And this happens to me on occasion because I don't think you guys really understand. Some of you seem to grasp some of it, don't get me wrong. Just how painful it truly is to be as utterly wasted in potential as I have been. I just want people at this point to see what I have to say. And YouTube and Google refuses to let me advertise my platform. That was just like the little straw that broke the camel's back a couple minutes ago. I found myself pleading with God, as I do all the time. God, you're more powerful than Satan. Why are you not doing anything about this? Is what I found myself saying. Talk with God. It is always a good idea to talk with God. It is always a good idea to let Him know how you're feeling, even if it's horribly compromised like that. He will understand how to frame it properly. But that's just one of many things, you know? I revert back to the question that I ask myself all the time, and I ask God as well. Why am I even here on earth? You see, I don't know. And it looks like all the efforts that are being put into trying to fix the world by certain people, even with everything that has been seen, everything that's happened with me, and everything that the world has seen, all the great revealing, even with all of that, people still are putting up resistance when it comes to changing anything. This big, beautiful bill almost didn't pass the House. Can you believe that? Common sense stuff. There's just a hatred there. That's what it is. There's no sense to it. There really isn't. And if there's just a hatred and a resentment there, how are you even supposed to reach those people? And if you can't reach them, why are you even trying to save them? If there's no way to please them, literally there isn't any way, then they are lost and there's no way they can be found. They are a lost cause. It's all connected in some way, shape, or form. I can tell you that. How deeply reviled a person like myself is in the modern era on this planet. Guys, I could say it to you again. I repeat it over and over. All my accolades. And I still, even now, can't achieve any level of reasonable success. All I've got is living as a leech. That's it. And that's not what I want. Never have. Lots of people would be content with just living off of disability and not having to do a damn thing in their lives. I am squirming in my skin. I am squirming in my skin. I am not content with this at all. I'm just not. It is a man's... One of the greatest ways, or biggest ways a man feels fulfilled is when he's doing meaningful work. I'm getting a tiny little sliver of it right here. The few people that do see me and get a little bit of inspiration from me. The last video I was referring to, individual who reaches tens of thousands of people is definitely being inspired at least a little bit by me. And that's good. Yeah, you know, it's... Again, that is the most important thing. To inspire other people to feed the soul, of course. But it's always a duality in my explanation of these things. Maybe it's the Gemini in me, I don't know. I'm on the cusp between Taurus and Gemini, so I'm technically a Taurus if you believe in zodiac signs, but I'm on the cusp of a Gemini, which means I have tendencies of both, if you believe in it. Maybe it's the Gemini syndrome in me, where I have to see the duality of it. Maybe it's the black and white, the yin and yang of this world. But the fact of the matter is, I'm going to have people out there that, despite however well I'm communicating this to them, are going to look at me and say that I am a walking ball of contradictions. That I am living as a waste of space. I feel like it. No matter how much I communicate it, most people are not going to know. It's why I have to repeat it so much. YouTube, Google AdSense are treating me like I'm the villain. When I was in the military, they treated me like I was the villain. I'm always treated like I'm the villain. I'm just a guy. And guys, I'm this capable. Why are you all playing this game and still doing this to me? The big creators and the small ones that I know are all being influenced by me in some way, shape, or form. Why am I still living so small right now? Being forced to live so small. I don't want to live small. I never have, and I never will want to live small. I have so much more to give to everybody. This is an egregious waste of human resources right here. It's not from my lack of trying. And I keep on diverging to other things over which I have control, and then the control in those things is taken away from me. Like my physical fitness, you'd think that would be like the primary thing that you have control over, right? I can't run anymore. And building your own social media platforms, you'd think that that would be something over which you have the most control, right? Well, I can't advertise. I'm not... And YouTube is putting their thumbs on the scale. The alternate media sources are not big enough. And every single time there's some other goddamn excuse as to why I can't succeed. It's an excuse. And it's not one coming from me. It's one that the world is making. Because I keep trying. So many of you don't see it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. It's why I got in the real estate business. Seemed like the best choice, and it still is. And then some bastard in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it was BlackRock, decides to collapse the Bitcoin price to exactly my liquidation price on the leveraged trading account I had. To the cent. This is another thing that I didn't tell you guys about that would cause somebody to unalive themselves. I've literally lost $500,000 like that. $500,000. I had that. And I lost it. Like that. Because somebody was targeting me. When will this be enough? When are we going to say, for all those people that still will not accept what's happening right now, we're done with you. We're not playing any games anymore. You're going to prison. Or go away. See, that's the thing. I don't know how many people are in that camp right now. It's so hard to gauge. You have kind of an indication by who's voting for whom in the political system of the United States, for example, but you really don't know. You only know how much resistance you can put up as an individual. And as I've told you, these things that have happened to me have happened because of those evil creatures that are so resentful, so hateful. And more than anything, they hate a genuinely productive individual who's trying to build shit. And those are the type of people that they're trying to take down. They want to suck you down to their level because they can't build anything of their own. And they don't want you to be able to do that either. How much longer, God? I say to him. And this applies to you guys too. All of you who have the ability to make any difference in the world, who might be listening, the big creators and the small ones. Where's the limit here? I'm tired of it myself. I'm tired of it. I am. I am being wasted. I'm 36 years old. Maybe if I lived 3,600 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't. And neither do you. I live maybe 100 if I'm lucky. And I'm not going to be with this stuff that's happened to my body. I'll just tell you that right now. The stem cell study that I've been trying to get into with TRICARE has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and they're probably going to forget about me. They were supposed to inject stem cells into my lower legs to cause my body to recreate collaterals. And that was supposed to happen like a year ago. Still waiting. For all I know, they started the study and ended it and totally forgot about me, even though they said they weren't going to. I'm tired of this. I am tired of it. You think you're moving fast enough. It's not that the people that are working aren't working really hard and aren't moving very fast. It's just there's not enough of you. Because I can't help you. I'm stuck here. Being wasted. So if ever in your life you see somebody in such a situation, understand, you don't know the battles that they're fighting. This goes for me, it goes for you, and everybody else. The battles that these people behind the scenes are fighting to try to get justice back into the world. Something I try to be compassionate about, but I have my limits. The battles that I'm fighting, being wasted as I am, not from my own volition. Always inspire. Always inspire. Because it's when you feel despair and hopelessness that you stop fighting and you give up. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for that great force push that will finally get this stuff to finish so that I can actually break through. I want to break through. Just like I want so many of you to do. I want so many of you to break through too. No more failures to launch, guys. We can do this. Those fools that are still holding us up right now, it's time to just... No. Disregard them. And YouTube, if you watch this video, fix your damn advertising. I hit the jackpot with one of my videos in terms of the number of subscribers I was getting from it per view. And then you put the kibosh on me being able to advertise. Fix your advertising. Let me advertise my videos. I was growing like a weed, and then you just stopped me. Stop treating me like I'm the villain. I'm not. Amen? That's all I got for today, guys. A little angry today, and I apologize for that, but sometimes you just gotta let it out. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, billions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, harkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that. It's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time, because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me. I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often. Other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know. Very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which it could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. I don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 114 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to have a little review of No One Writes Back. There's going to be spoilers in this review, so if you are wanting to read it for yourself, then I recommend you click off of this video unless you don't really care about the spoilers. But either way, yeah. This is an S-tier book. Okay? One of the best books I've ever read. I haven't had a book that had this kind of impact on my psyche since Hatchet, when I was 11 or 12 years old, when I read that book. Honestly, I don't even remember what I read in that book all that time ago. But I cannot give high enough recommendation for this book. Basically, it follows a character who goes around, and this is in South Korea, which, by the way, to the point of it being in South Korea, you could never expect a book like this to come out of, obviously, North Korea. And I think, for that reason alone, it was infinitely important that this book was written to begin with. Make the juxtaposition as black and white, as stark as humanly possible. They live as slaves in North Korea, but in South Korea, such beautiful pieces of art as this come out of it. So the main character is basically an itinerant letter writer. He was a postman for many years of his life, and when he was younger, he had a stutter. He was the middle child of his family. He had 2 siblings, older brother and a younger sister. And his younger brother was always very capable, and he always lived in his shadow. He's not an idiot himself. He's very smart. He just has a stutter. And his younger sister was a woman who was fascinated with how ugly she looked. She thought she looked ugly. She didn't, but she thought she looked ugly and kept on getting plastic surgery. Well, essentially, what happens is his grandfather has diabetes, and he goes blind because of it, and therefore gets himself a dog. The dog steals the show, by the way. There's a reason we have 15 dogs in this house. Suffice it to say, dogs are amazing. The dog's name is Wajo, but that dog was a guide dog that his grandfather, who went blind, had gotten. And one day, I wanted to talk about this last night, and now it's clearly coming back into mind. So understand that it is much easier for a demon to possess an animal than it is for them to possess a human. If you remember, in the Bible, and they talk about Jesus actually in this book a little bit, when Jesus tells that legion of demons to depart from the human being and go into the swine, what happens is there was an entire legion of demons to try to take control of that human being. And even that legion of demons was not fully capable of doing it, because the guy was just going crazy. But the demons leave, they go into the swine, and the swine jump off a cliff, and all of them die. And the human being is healed. Well, this harkens to the situation that led to the main character's grandfather dying. Wajo lost his instincts of being a guide dog at one point, somehow, nobody knows how, and accidentally led his master into a car crash. And his master ended up passing away a little bit afterward from that. After, it was probably a good, I don't remember the time frame, but it was a good month after the car crash. Assuming he got paralyzed, and he told the main character to take Wajo around with him, not to abandon him, and said that it wasn't his fault. He made it very clear, and it wasn't, because Wajo didn't mean to do that. He had no idea what was going on. Doggos are our best friends, but they are much easier to control than a human being is, by demons. Keep that in mind. You can call it whatever you want. If you don't want to call it a demon, fine. Call it an ulterior force whose nature you do not fully comprehend. Fine. But the day the main character, I'm giving some big spoilers here because you don't find this out until almost the end of the book. And when you do find out, it knocks you on your ass. I mean, I will not lie to you that I was struggling to hold back tears. That's how good this book is. I was floored by it. Main character has a seizure problem, in addition to his stutter, and you find out why. And it was so good at putting me in his shoes that I felt like I was on the verge of having a seizure. And I don't have any problems with that. But you find out. The day of his grandfather's burial, his girlfriend, because he's a postman at this time, main character, ends up breaking up with him via a letter. And they're driving to the funeral. The main character just can't handle it. Right? So he asks his father to pull the car over, and he gets out of the car and then takes a taxi and tries to search for his erstwhile girlfriend, but she's already departed the country or something to that effect. And he's just like totally distraught and crying and all that. Well, lo and behold, this is a humongous spoiler I'm giving you. If you want to read the book yourself and be fully impacted by it, don't listen to this part. Don't listen to this video at all. His family gets run down by a drunk driver. Everybody except his eldest brother dies instantly. And his eldest brother held on just long enough to tell him, in the hospital, do what you want with your life. And when you find out, at the end of the book, what happened there, it knocks you on your ass. It knocks you on your ass. This author did it perfectly. But the end of the book, because he writes letters to everybody that he meets on his travels. He meets 751 people. The last person he meets, and this is something that bothered me about the story, he grew an affection for her, and she for him. And it was a romantic relationship that I understand why they didn't bring to quote-unquote completion, because of the tragedy of the main character's life. But I wanted them to. I wanted them to give more info on it, where it went eventually, because she was a novelist, and she wrote a story about his life. Yeah, he meets 751 people on his trip, and at the end of the trip, the first person he met, Wajo, his doggo, he takes home, and he passes away. His doggo's 13 years old, so he's a really elderly feller for doggos. But there was a point in the middle of the book where the main character was going to hang himself in a motel, for obvious reasons, now that you know what happened. And Wajo saves his life. Yanks at his foot, because he's trying to strangle himself with his shoelaces, and yanks him down from the wall where he was trying to hang himself. And then that night, or later on that day, it was actually the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. The main character goes about the city and finds a guy who's about ready to jump off of a bridge, about ready to commit self-deletion himself. Well, he pulls him just in time off of the ledge and saves him. And they end up talking for like a few hours or something. And he tells him the story of his shoelaces, how he was going to unalive himself with his shoelaces. He was going to hang himself. So he requests that they switch shoelaces for one of their shoes. And they do. It goes on that this guy that was going to jump off of this bridge becomes an entrepreneur, very successful. And Wajo not only saved his master's life, but also saved that guy's life as a result. As well as you could even go to the extension of saying that Wajo and the main character saved 751 people's lives. So the title of the book, No One Writes Back, is because he writes letters to all these people that he met on his trip. No one ever writes back. Or so he thinks. The end of the book is really good. It's really good. So it turns out that his neighbor had been storing the mail away in her house because his mailbox was getting stuffed to the brim, and she wasn't expecting him to come back anytime soon. So she told the postman for their homes to just deliver the mail to her house until he got back. Well, at the end of the story,
he actually was getting letters. He had a whole tub of them. And he opens them up and reads them all night, just bawling, crying tears of joy. And at the end of the story, he says that this is the most sublime moment in his entire life. That it actually did matter. And he has enough material there to write everybody for the rest of his life, because there's so much correspondence going on. It's not just a singular letter that they wrote back. Many of them want to continue the correspondence, and if not the majority of them. So his whole family was destroyed by a drunk driver. And that harkens back to don't be selfish with a 3,000-pound missile. Don't drink and drive. So he was the only one left. And I really wanted to see the continuance of his legacy and his family's legacy through a deeper connection with 751, who he never even gives a name. But there was definitely a romantic connection there that they could have done something with. The indication is that it eventually did turn into something after the story ended, which, by the way, it's not a very long story. It's only 200 pages. Very, very easy and a really good read. So this is S tier in my top books that I've ever read in my life. It is incredibly good. I cannot give a high enough recommendation for it, and I can't explain all the ins and outs and the details of it. You have to read it yourself to see exactly what it is I'm talking about. I aspire to write like this person wrote this book. If I can even hold a candle to it in my novels, then I've succeeded as an author. That's how good it is. I was blown away by it. So yeah, there you go, guys. I'm probably going to make a new playlist for this book, because I have to have a playlist of like the top books I've ever read that you guys know. If you don't want to look for anything else, just look at these books. And I do hope that my younger brother, of all the books that he could read, this is one of the most important that he could ever read. I hope he does. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. No one writes back. I didn't say the name because it's hard to say it. John Yun Jin. There you go. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist, a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago. Actually, a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion. and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist, because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity. And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. We'll start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil. The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space, and that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me, and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out, because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over, everything's taken from you, and you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram is a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, the man in the arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote the man in the arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass you get with me? Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write. A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it. And he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace.
I often say, ordering is the sister of timing. Welcome to day 187 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. 187 is a number that's very special to my heart. I won't tell you why, but you might be able to determine at some point. So ordering is the sister of timing. The reason I have allowed myself to even entertain the notion of unorthodox romantic relationships is because of that thing, that ordering is the sister of timing. In the current world, this one, the enemy seeks to disorder things, to put them out of order and to jack up our growth and development, while it is something that might be duly considered in a non-ephemeral existence, one where we no longer live and pass away in 100 years, but instead are fully eternal, for us to consider unorthodox romantic relationships. It is not something that we can necessarily do safely here. So if you are to breach that covenant, which is a sin, and that means it is, so you understand what the term sin means. It means to miss the mark. It means you're not getting it right. Okay? To disorder it. If you were to breach that, so long as you can handle what you're doing, you keep it to yourself. So we are in Pride Month right now. Quote-unquote pride. And pride cometh before the fall. It's one of the seven deadly sins. Nonsensical that we've made an entire month based upon sin. It's almost like our leaders forgot. That's why it's so important to repeat over and over, like a mantra. Because we think we know better than our ancestors. We do not. We were so foolish as to make an entire month dedicated to a sin, a deadly sin. But at the same time, I still love and have compassion for those who are, quote-unquote victim to a sexual preference that is a little strange, right? So interested in men if they're a man type of thing, which, by the way, to that point, it's very strange, but from what I've seen and heard, it's not actually a sin based upon what's written in the Bible for two women to be with one another. I'm just going to say that I think that's pretty sexy. All right, anyway. sorry. I couldn't help it. But, yeah, so the enemy seeks to disorder things. Pride cometh before the fall. We are doing these things in an ephemeral world, a world that is meant to be a safe place to raise children, which we all are. We're all children. However old or wise you think you are, it pales in comparison to the wisdom of God, which is infinite. No matter how much knowledge you have, a finite number is always infinitesimal when compared to infinity. Okay? It's just the way it is. We live in that ephemeral world. We are not here infinite. With an infinite knowledge and understanding and omniscience, a lot of people believe that there is no judgment because you'll understand the intent of somebody and where they're coming from. It's not true. What there is final judgment. Full judgment. Complete judgment. So that those who genuinely have an intent to harm are separated from those who genuinely have an intent to make the world a better place. And you can fully, perfectly trust the differentiation there. So, you have those trying to use the sin of pride to disorder things intentionally, to destroy things. And you will know who those people are. And those who are trying to do it so that people can actually experience the love that they yearn to have. Okay? Me with my concepts of polyamorous relationships foisted upon me. Not something that is in my genetic predisposition, not something that I want, but something that's foisted upon me. I'm willing to be flexible and at least entertain the notion, because I know that in non-ephemeral reality, in eternity, In heaven, there is no marriage, because there's no need for it. You already have perfect trust up there in heaven. We are all married to God and to one another. In perfect trust, there is no need for contracts. And marriage is a covenant. You're using God's perfect trust to protect your union with another human being. You don't need that in heaven. And in heaven, where there is perfect expression of love in every form that you might want, if you want to be with a certain person based upon who they are in an agape form, like true, full, deep, complete love, not just physical attraction and all that, but it's like everything, then that's acceptable and appreciated in a non-ephemeral reality. Here, if you're going to do it, you generally keep it to yourself. What I'm doing here, talking about this, is explaining it in... It's very strange. It's both disordered and ordered, because I'm in the ephemeral reality explaining the non-ephemeral reality and trying to bridge the gap. Because I just said that if this is something that is even considered by me, I have to keep it to myself, because it's potentially dangerous to the safe upbringing of children, which is the primary thing that matters here. It's the entire purpose of civilization, to create a safe, healthy environment for the rearing of children, raising a family, making the world a better place for them, not for you. You're the warrior and the maiden that is protecting the children for the women out there. The man protects the woman protects the children. And that's the proper ordering of it. The man talks to God, and God gives the answers. So in a non-ephemeral reality, sure, that's totally cool. In an ephemeral reality, I have to bridge this gap because the enemy keeps on putting his tendrils into my life and will not let me have what I want. He says, you can have everything under the sun except what you want, which is love, romance, children, a family. You can have everything you want except that thing or everything under the sun except that thing you want. That's the devil for you. And every single time I compromise in some way, it's not really a compromise because basically I'm just explaining it. I'm not actually carrying it out in any way. He moves the carrot back a little bit farther and says, okay, now you got to do this. Okay, now you got to do this. Moving the goalpost. It's demonic. Going so far and continuing it so that he can trip me up and get disorder. No. I'm explaining myself. It's what I'm doing on this video. It's what I do on this channel. It's not something that I want, but I do want children and a family. And this particular person, this person of the female species, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for her to talk to me and be a part of my life. Maybe it goes somewhere, maybe it doesn't, but you got to talk to me first to even see. Okay? I'm just trying to give you every possible option so that there is no excuse. It's none. I won't let the enemy win. I can find a way. And if there's even a 1% chance, then you best believe I'm going to go for it. You either go for that 1% chance, or you go to certain destruction. I'm going to take the 1% chance. I'm going to punch my hand against that splantium wall until I break through it. I'm going to keep on doing it. It's a very simple proposition here. All you got to do is start talking to me. And, developing a relationship. I have friends who are actually modeling for you how to do that. You may have seen them on some of my lives. It's not complicated. I'm an open book, and I hide virtually nothing. Anything you want to know about me, I will let you know, as long as I actually know it myself, or remember, whatever you want to call it. I'll let you know. Some things in private, between you and me. Some things can be public. But it's being modeled for you. And I don't want to disorder this. I don't want to disorder society. Don't want to disorder my personal life. Don't want to disorder yours. You've dealt with enough trauma. And to be foisted into an unorthodox situation on top of your traumas that you had to deal with in your life is kind of messed up. And I don't want it. I don't want it. But I do want you. So, yeah. The enemy wants disorder. I want order. I will find a way to make order out of the chaos. That is a warrior's mentality. Alright, that's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 99 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. One more day to 100. I figured I've been, like I tell you, watch Bailey Schilbach pretty routinely, like all of her new videos. I watch them all because it's very interesting. She's got a great mind, and I love her perspectives. They're fantastic. But I have an idea. Maybe I can do kind of a semi-response to the videos that she posts. She posts about half the frequency I do, so she posts once every other day is what it looks like. But she posted one that was pretty straightforward in terms of how one might respond just yesterday. Basically, how to step in your power. That was the title of the video. She went through 7 points on ways to do that. And I'm going to give a little bit of my own response. So the first one, who you are. Know who you are. Learn who you are. This kind of ties into what I was saying in my last video. How you are, whether you're Dr. Manhattan or you're just a regular person, you are one of one. This is true. Period. End of story. You have to have enough confidence in yourself to see that you actually have value, and that maybe you should step into that, accept it, have enough confidence to find somebody special, to have children, with whom to have children, continue your legacy, that such a thing is of value. Because like I've said in other videos of mine, we don't actually know how legacy works in the grand scale of infinite time and nonlinear time. It could very well be that our future descendants can pierce the veil of their past with the advanced time-traveling technology that they no doubt have a billion years from now, and give you little drip, drip, drip whispers of what exactly to do in your current life to make it a little bit less painful and a little bit more fruitful for their generations, very distant in the future. So your descendants actually are what are bringing you to the future. along with your reaction to the adversities that you face in your day-to-day life. That reaction, the better it is, the more progeny you perhaps have, the better their lives are in the future. So, stepping into accepting who you are and that it is actually valuable. What you want is number 2 that she was talking about. Know what you want in life. Seems pretty straightforward. In the previous video that I had posted, basically my top 3 values was again a response to hers, in that, well, she actually states in her video what those top 3 values are, the last one and the one before it. Mine are, of course, God, family, vocation, aligned with the biblical virtues, or the biblical hierarchy of importance, because God has to come first, which is love, and the reason that comes first is because God, which is love, if you truly are to love, you are to be your brother's keeper, to protect and serve the human family, and as a result, you are going to put the priority of their existence and persistence above your own personal self-interest. You don't want to be George Soros. You want to be the saints or the apostles, that all but one of them were unalived for their faith. Or I was watching a video of Tucker Carlson. I forget who he was talking to, but there were 21 Christians that had been taken by ISIS, I believe it was, a few years back, and they had been tortured and basically treated like human garbage for several years, and refused to renounce their faith in Jesus, and died for that. And while they were doing that, while the ISIS terrorists were doing that to them, they literally said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," to their faces. Reminding me of what happened with Bill Gates when he got pied in the face by that doofus back in the 80s. That guy shouldn't have pied him in the face. It was just stupid. It was messed up. And then number 3, be willing to piss people off. Now, I'm going to go through probably half of these in this video, because if I were to go through all of them, it would probably be a 30-minute video. And I could do that, but it's best to keep these chopped down into 10 to 15 minutes so that you guys don't get worn out by it. It's a lot of stuff that I'm giving you. She also had another great idea, by the way, to write out in essay format the script for the video. And I'm considering formalizing that to an extra degree in the near future when my channel gets to a sufficient size to make it economically and temporally viable. I have to invest my time and energy in things that are getting me returns. So, but that's aside. Piss people off. Be willing to piss people off. The stuff that I was talking about, or have been talking about routinely, about multiple relationships and all that, again, not being something that I want, but something that I'm willing to accept if I need to, being tied into who you are and the critical importance of who you are. If you are Dr. Manhattan and there's only one of you, you need to have more of you. So go forth and conquer like King Solomon. C'est la vie. Or if you're just a standard, regular human being. If you're like Elon Musk, it's not quite standard. It's a little bit unorthodox. His intelligence, having an IQ of around 175 is what I guess. He's probably, 175 is 5 standard deviations above the norm. If you do the statistical analysis of that, it puts him about 1 in 2 million is how rare his intelligence is. And therefore, if you want to do the same thing for the number of children he should have, 2 children is a standard deviation away from the norm. Okay? So 2 times 5 would mean 10 children, but you can go up exponentially with that. Maybe instead of it being 10 children, it's 10 partners. I don't know. We're on completely untread territory here, using mathematics and probabilities and stuff like that we would have never thought to use in situations like this. But we are in a different era in human history right now. And we know so little that we have to poke and prod around to see what works and what doesn't. Sometimes we'll fuck up. Sometimes we'll get something right. So, yeah. Honestly, I think what he is doing, Elon Musk, with children, I think he should have a lot more. I'm just saying. I think he should. Especially if he actually has the means and desire and will to truly take care of them in the way they deserve. And he has stated that he does. Wants to move them all to a compound in Texas, a palatial estate. All right, and number 4, use your voice. That's attached to making videos and stuff like this. Communication. Communication is key. Because you could have all of the most valuable things to say that humanity has ever known. But if nobody knows what those things are, if nobody knows you exist, what's the point? So if you don't actually try to propagate, proliferate those ideas using your voice, then there is no point to it. If you're given great gifts, you must actually utilize them, apply them. I have been given great gifts with things in my life, even though I dealt with a lot of crap earlier on in my life with very evil people that were legitimately trying to destroy me. At the same time, it was almost as if God knew, which he did, that these things were going to happen, and he front-loaded everything in my life so that I could at least have those good experiences, experience everything that there was amazing about being a human being. The miracle of flight, military discipline, traveling the world. And I got all that. I did. I really did, and I'm super stoked that I at least got to experience it. Yeah. Just because I can't do that now doesn't mean that the experiences of the past where I actually got to do those things is invalidated. It actually highlights it in importance because we live such ephemeral lives. We don't live forever. Front load those things. When you're healthiest, I can hardly walk now, but back then I was spry as a chicken. To say anything else, you can truly sink your teeth into those experiences. Okay, so that's going to be it for this one. I think I'll actually continue with the rest of these for the next video, because I'm enjoying this. This might be something that we can do. Yeah. I don't want to kind of put any uncomfortable pressure on Bailey or anything, but I enjoy this. It's pretty nifty. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose,
the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but He can give me grace in the same way that He gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist, in that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of era. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it's still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. When you have to face a lot of challenges in your life, and so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing, the way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 163. Until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Before I start with what I'm going to talk about in this video, I just want to state, you have to be willing to be cringe in order to get to new understandings of your life and of the world around you. Sometimes it looks a little bit like a dumpster fire. You see right there, right? But you gotta do what you gotta do. Today I plan on reading an essay to you that I wrote, again, back in like 2018. This one's a pretty long one. It's called Remember Who You Are. And this harkens to what I just said. Sometimes you gotta be fairly cringe in order to do that. Especially if who you are is something that's considered cringe. On some level anyway. I don't know. Let's get to this. For those of you who read my various posts on this forum, this was Facebook back in the day, understand that I hide almost nothing from you. What you see here is the thoughts that are going through my mind. I want to emphasize that. I hide nothing. And when you hide nothing, at least initially, in the knee-jerk response, it can feel cringe. It's okay. Don't stress about it. In a few years' time, nobody's going to remember what you said and did anyway, aside from yourself, and only if you're over-obsessing over yourself. I find that with increasing pressure, though I do not like the pressure that comes from many sources, as I do not understand its purpose or ultimate origin, that is, I did not, I do now. More thoughts continue to pop out of my head, more ideas. Through all of it, however, I have found one thing to be a certainty, albeit quite a curious one. The more pressure that I am put under, without any light at the end of the tunnel provided to me, the closer I go towards the light that I personally know exists, and that light is God. I tell you this now because while my posts may in some ways grow increasingly esoteric and even unsettling to some, it is my truth. That is, it is not your truth unless you want it to be. In no way would I ever imagine foisting it upon you, and in no way would I require its acceptance from you in order to enter into my circle, aside from my absolute bedrock. All that care to know me, in a humility that can only be garnered from their own internal search for truth, can know me and be my friend. I am entirely accessible. I see you all, in one form or another, as family. Some of you may be more extended family than others, but you are all nonetheless my family, if you desire to know me. It has been said by many a person, some more notable than others, that is more well known in our various structures of society, that what comes out of you when you are under pressure, without some other carrot placed before you, is who you really are underneath all the layers of occlusion. These layers we must sift through due to the scheming that produces them. Scheming required to survive in a world that is so deeply lacking in true empathy. If pressure is put on you without a direction, and what comes out of you is hatred, violence, vitriol, then that is where your path was and is leading you. The farther you will go before you will finally reach your breaking point, the more you will double down in your actions or intent, the farther down that path you had already walked. And when you can see it, then and only then can you make a decision to either continue on that path or change it. The same is true for those who are put under pressure but walk towards something that only breeds more love and compassion, something that only splays out and desperately searches for more solutions to the many problems that plague the human family at this juncture in our short but variegated history. To be clear, however, you can only see yourself if a carrot is not placed in front of you. This is because a carrot is yet another layer of scheming that is constructed by others to act as a means to an end, to have their human will carried out through you. Without that carrot, the only one that can guide you in any direction is you and your history, your racial memory. Without any other light, you'll either make your own light at the end of the tunnel, make your own, or give up. And when pressure continues to build, everyone will eventually budge. There is another beautiful thing that comes of this, and I hope you understand. When you start to follow the path of your history, your racial memory, or you decide to change it, at that point is where you truly begin your journey. At that point is where your history begins anew, entirely yours, and you are sovereign unto yourself. With every step you take, in either direction, though I hope and pray you will walk towards truth, you will lay yet another brick, pave yet another pathway, construct another terrace where your fortress begins to grow, and in whose shelter other tortured souls may confide, in that most cherished of paths towards love, for yourself and for your neighbor. Whether you like it or not, for those of you reading this, and for those of you who have read my other works, what I reveal to you is who I am. I cannot say with complete surety just yet whether this path will lead, though it will never end, and when time is without capacity to defeat, or with complete surety who exactly I am underneath all the obfuscation in its totality, as I have yet more pressure to be put under, and even further to go. Thus, with every step I take, I continue to evolve, perhaps turning into something entirely original, something that has never been seen. But at this point in my own history, I can tell you that I am Peyton Pearson. I am your friend, and I love you, whoever you are. I write, and of myself reveal everything to you, or damn near everything, because this is how you see into me. This is how you will read into my ultimate intent. And this is how you will build trust and empathy. This is your porthole into my soul. We live in an era now of infinite stories, with an infinite capacity to write them and communicate them in all different forms and modalities. In truth, every human being is their own unique story unto oneself. We are, none of us, merely an endless list of considered objective facts, that identify you through some exterior consensus mechanism, but instead stories in all their richness and color. The only way to achieve truth in what seems to be an endless, occluded world, to break down the Tower of Babel that always seems to cause us to elude the true meaning of our intent through words that can never describe with perfect exactitude what we mean, is to speak in this idea of story, in our endless stories in which all act as independent keys to the door within every soul. These doors protect us against a world where no one can ever be perfectly trusted or perfectly confided in. The story, infinite stories, can achieve parity with, and even then surpass, this barrier, transcending the walls that block off our emotions from one another. Through our stories, into our hearts we see. Infinity trumps the finite every time. When you find yourself confronted with the most extreme of philosophies and directions from others, especially those that may be walking a path more or less oblique to your own direction, or even going in the opposite direction as yourself, there is something that we must remember. In this era of the starkest black and white, this most clear of juxtapositions offers up the greatest opportunity in the history of the human race to attempt to empathize with sides that are far different from our own. Step into the shoes of those people and discern why they have chosen the paths that they have chosen. Listen to their stories. Mind you, this is contingent upon the fact that they have empathy themselves. You may find that when you can allow yourself to be in complete calm in the presence of a person whose very ideas would otherwise cause your blood to boil, you will recognize the resistance that pushes you farther apart. Once you recognize it, the juxtaposition will reveal some yet greater truth within both of you. Through this constant barrage of assaults on your ideals, you will get to the core of what it is that you truly stand for, and begin to build upon it. With every word is built more of your truth. With every brushstroke is spoken more of your story. With every step toward one another is more depth of heart and emotion revealed. It is from this point that you can now clear away all the debris that was preventing you from building your fortress. It is from this point, your bedrock, that you can truly know and trust yourself. And it is only from this point that you could ever truly have any hope of empathizing. This is your core, but it is also your line in the sand. When you present yourself with nearly the most egregious philosophies that could possibly be mustered in your presence, and you can still find common ground with each other, then you are seeing yourself in the light that you had never seen before, and you are seeing the other in that same light. You have seen, through digging to the bottom of the other's philosophy, that perhaps they were infiltrators all along, desperately dodging overpowered enemies, hiding their truths from being stamped out, camouflaging themselves from what would otherwise be a fiery death. If you find, once you dig all the way to the bottom of someone's obfuscation, that they have not given up in the search for truth, which is to say that they have not given up, the machinery of their bodies, the worn-out pieces of flesh that were strapped together with various machinations in order to shield them from hell, in order to keep them alive for just a moment longer, you will feel the hero that stood when no one else could continue. That hero is you. And from you is found the progenitor of hope. No one else but you. But in that same light, if you find that through the resistance, that most extreme of comparisons possible, upon this worldly plane, that the person underneath all the layers of occlusion is still one that refuses to stop spouting off endless vitriol and hatred, you will have to make the most painful of decisions. That person is beyond your reach, for they do not want to reach for them. Do not want you to reach for them. They have turned their back on you and have completely and thoroughly given up. They refuse to acknowledge your existence, for they have already accepted that you do not exist. If you present yourself to them, assuming you could survive their attempts to drag you down to nothingness, a la the movie What Dreams May Come, it would nonetheless kill them at the very core of their being. As I continue to go along my own personal path, as I continue to search, I find that the greatest way that I can empathize with everyone else is to undergo that very same pressure, though perhaps on a much more indeterminate level. There are things that happen in my life that go far beyond the scope of anything I could tell you in writing. Far be it from me to convince you of them, as they reside in the realm of what we still, in consensus, consider fantasy. How am I to tell you that the array against me, an array meant to squeeze more out of the furnace, an interrogation, is as vast and all-encompassing as anyone dare not imagine? It is perhaps not in malice, but all the same, ever present. No. And perhaps you do not need to know that. In fact, I am certain that at this juncture you do not need to know it. Just know that I have determined a great many things in my life, in the short 27 years that I have walked on spaceship Earth. So you can see from this that it was 9 years ago. What I have found above all else is that I will stop at nothing to get us out of this hell. But the principal way to do this is not through force of arms or even more scheming. It is instead found in talking to you, telling you how much you matter, telling you how much you deserve to be loved, listening to you as you confide in me everything that has hurt you throughout your life, doing everything in my power to understand you and show you that no matter what point on your path you find yourself, if you walk towards your own inner truth, you will never walk alone. I will meet you there, as I too am in that search, fellow traveler. The farther we go, the stronger we get. To dispel the demons of ridicule, deceit, fear, and hatred, we must move courageously and shirk the notions of anyone's disapproval. Such things have no hold over you, and they never will. They are crafty illusions, constructed by a paradigm that whispers into our ears that we must fear or feast on each other's souls for survival. Know that such a whisper can only survive if you believe it, if you believe in it. Acknowledge its existence, but give it none of your attention or energy beyond that, lest it should suck you in and never release you from its grotesque grasp. If you find my writings or speakings weird, sometimes nonsensical, or even abrasive towards your personal philosophy. This is all for the better. See this as a perfect opportunity for you to inquire, as I will never attempt to stamp out your flame, only help you to see the path that I am walking, and strive to better see yours through the increased fidelity of my own personal definition. The greater the challenge to your beliefs, the greater the learning opportunity. That is, when you can trust in yourself that you are strong enough to fight off the diminutive demons of deceit, and trust the other that they will not allow such demons to be born from their own souls. When you trust yourself, you will automatically differentiate and disassociate from those who would do you harm. I will prove to you, as criticism perchance mounts for my own ideals, that through my actions, your inner truth is safe with me. Unconditional acceptance. That's this essay, guys. It was a long one today. Hope you enjoyed it. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect, because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier, and those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable, and I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will. All, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. Why won't you let there be light? Then it became a sorrowful request. Let there be light. Then it became a demand. Let there be light. Then it became a command. Let there be light. In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. He is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, those souls themselves may not survive. But if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past, as one in the crowd. Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions, and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God, but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and Greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and Greys survive, and everything in between. But no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline, an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Hello everybody, welcome to day 118 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote a while back. This one called Be a Principled Individual. So here we go. How do you determine the genuine charitable actions of a charity? Where the donated money goes. Where does that money have to go in order for the charity to be considered charitable? 1, those who need it primarily, and 2, those who the charity says it is to go to. Who does the charity say the money is to go to? Do they need it? Do not look at what internal numbers say goes to the actual charity. You must discern what is actual charity, not simply listen to what the organization calls charity. For instance, a charity can define charitable work in a category called other expenses, quote unquote. But that money goes to paying for large employee pleasure junkets and vacations. This means you must look at what the charity is building, what it is providing to the needy, whether that provided capital be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or some other combination thereof. Oftentimes, this means you must go directly to the people that the charity claims to be helping and see for yourself how those people are being helped. To the point of the Clinton Foundation accepting money from Saudi Arabia, approximately $25 million total. This was back in 2016. While Hillary Clinton was not Secretary of State, you donate to those who support your causes. Expect the donors, if the foundation is transparent, to be requisite to the foundation's mission. There is no way to differentiate when a foundation/charity operates in the dark. Thus, good people, de facto, should not, and exercising discernment, will not associate with charities that operate in the dark. Saudi Arabia appreciates this opaqueness, and by their morality, this should come as no surprise. What else could this mean? Again, this was written in 2016, so things have changed since then. It comes down to building society through your own actions. And if you are to entrust your works to the hands of others, it is the duty of the principled individual to have a high standard of proof put upon your desired surrogates. Extreme vetting, if you will. It is understood that we all make mistakes, but the principled individual will own up to said mistakes and take corrective action. They will not hide from it or enshroud it in darkness. When given any power, 1, exercise it with discretion through discernment, and 2, it is your duty to discern. Don't plead the fifth or turn a blind eye or act dumb, which was one of the tools that both Joe Biden and George H.W. Bush used while they were quote-unquote president.
Society is now empowered with knowledge, at a magnitude and reach the likes of which the world has never seen, and it is only becoming more profound with every passing day. It is the principled individual's duty to change their ways when confronted with sacred cow-shattering truths. And if they do not, it is because they do not want the truth, and are thus not principled. It is clear this system is a facade, and evil entities have taken it over. In the same vein that gun control laws will only be obeyed by law-abiding citizens, Logic 101, and thus increase human suffering rather than decrease it, evil people can hijack a principled system and use otherwise moral laws to take advantage of good people. In darkness, you cannot see clearly enough that the evil people do not share your morals at the most basic and fundamental of levels. This is why government is a necessary evil, built to restrain the wickedness of man while itself being incredibly wicked. Missing discernment, the dangerous servant that government is supposed to be, becomes a lethal master. At this transition, where a structure no longer serves the sovereignty of the principled individual, you instead serve it. And this is the point where it must come down. It is not solely government, however. This is true with any institution, or even individual. The institution, when it loses sight of its mission, the individual, where one's Tower of Babel notion of self-importance begins to erode the sense of service to one another that is the bedrock of any community that may survive in perpetuity, or even in the short term. You are your brother's keeper. This is why it is so important to emphasize the difference between free markets and governments. Free markets, if truly free, constantly and continuously keep everyone and everything accountable under their auspices. This is why companies and individuals constantly go bankrupt. A racist businessman will be boycotted and will eventually be competed out of the market. A betraying woman will see no allies as there is no honor among thieves, etc. Thus, the free market is accountable to the nobility or wickedness of the human soul. If society wants a particular modality, individual, product, ethic, or anything else to achieve greater prominence, this is precisely what happens. Keeping this in mind, if a person is successful in the free market, either they in fact are not the amoral/immoral things you are calling them, talking about primarily President Trump and how the mainstream media back then was trying to paint him as some type of demonic figure, when in fact he's a pretty decent guy. Nor are the structures they build, or there is an aspect of yourself that terrifies you, one that you must project upon others or build a demand for in that very same market. For such a perception of immorality, you need look no further than yourself. Why do you think the success rate of most entrepreneurs hovers somewhere around 10%? An idea, in order for it to truly succeed, the progenitor must truly believe in it, and spread that belief to others in some way, shape, or form. Any company, or most importantly, individual, absent regulation/legislation, they're the same thing, no matter how large the company becomes, or the individual's ego, will be fully susceptible to collapse due to the accountability of said free market. Of all types of institutions, no aspect of a charity should ever operate in the dark, and never let a charity convince you otherwise. Ultimately, no institution should operate in any way in the dark, but tactically, a charity least of all. If there is ever any suspicion of where and how charitable donations are being spent, said charity's duty is to immediately prove to you the truth, And the most clear evidence to this point, aside from personal direct experience, is video evidence. Information on a moral charity should be easily accessible to anyone in any way, shape, or form that its contributors request, and immediately so. There should be no gray area. Fear prevents us from wanting to see the truth because we fear what we will reveal within ourselves. To truly discern the truth, you must look at facts, not words, shown through one's actions, and the fruits of a person's labor is evidence of intent, evidence of who someone actually is. In a world run by Satan, evil is crafty and constantly on the move. Truth can at first be very difficult to discern, but you must look, ultimately, at one's individual and direct actions, because even direct and willful surrogates can be occluded, and through this darkness, compromised. This, as well, cannot be emphasized enough. You judge a tree by its fruits, not by what is claimed by others that such a tree produces. To simply listen to a demagogue shirks direct experience, and those using words of sorcery to tell you what the truth is rather than letting you experience it for yourself are attempting to take a falsely anointed position. They have become your false idol as you turn your back on action. You would turn your back, thus, on truth, which you must see with your own eyes. Belief, truth, is personal, and no one else can ever tell you what you see, if they themselves cannot see from your eyes. Only you. There's an old proverb that connects to this, where the axe convinced us that he was one of us to the trees because his handle was wood. Something to think about. In this world, there can be no salvation, and when the light shines like disinfectant on all dark corners, revealing for everyone to see what is actually happening, if you continue to deny it, you have sown your loyalties and proven that you stand against truth, for you genuinely do not want it. The same is true in the other direction. The difference comes down to one fundamental thing, which itself is based upon another bedrock. Does one seek to build or destroy? And what is the most important thing you could ever build? People, the soul, the human spirit. Structures, people, institutions that advance this end are healthy and good. And at the bedrock of all of this is love. All right, guys. That's all I got for you today. Be a principled individual. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership, serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves? Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and a fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 166. I believe that's what it is. Telling a YouTube millionaire. And I come bearing gifts today. I have notes. That happens every once in a while. I was inspired by a creator that I watch all the time to give you a little bit greater of an outline of who I am. You figure after 166 episodes or installments of my journey on YouTube This is literally a sizable portion of an entire year of my life. Imagine 10 years from now, 3,650 episodes just of this. Because if it does so happen that I do become a millionaire on YouTube, which is not going to happen, I know that, and that's fine. I'll still have, all these videos, and I'm not going to stop once I become a millionaire or whatever. That's not the plan. The plan is to keep on going. But anyways, let's go ahead and give you a little bit more information about me. You can find this stuff, a lot of it, on my videos that I posted already. Can you believe there's over 1,000 videos on this channel now? Over 1,000. I keep on posting, then somebody's going to find out that I exist. Alright, my favorite color. I have difficulty deciding what my favorite color is because there's so many colors that I like. Much like another person who mentioned this earlier. It's strange that we kind of correlate in that. I guess it's not strange. be frank with you, I guess it's not. But if I had to pick one, if there were a gun to my head, I would pick forest green, which is the same color that Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games says is her favorite color. My initials are PP, because that's what I talk about on this channel. PP. Ba-dum-ts. I am hilarious. Anyway, okay, but no, that's my initials. Peyton Pearson. In case you didn't know, my real name is not Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure, which is what I go by on YouTube. My name's actually Peyton Pearson, and the etymology of that name, Peyton, comes from the patrician word, Patrick, or female version is Patricia. Peyton can be both male and female as a name, and patricians are the political, religious, and military leaders. And I guess it kind of makes sense because that's kind of the stuff that I talk about. I'm a military veteran, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. Just sort of fit. But that's my name. Pearson, son of a pier worker. Or I guess the etymology of the last name is actually, I heard a while back, while I breathe, I hope. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's appropriate. My favorite fruit is strawberries, if I had to pick one, but it's kind of hard to pick. I just say strawberries because they're easy to eat, nice and juicy. It sounded funny. Like I said, I talk about pee-pee on this channel. Anyways, strawberries are delicious. I really like cherries too. Maraschino cherries, which are not really fruit because they're just soaked in sugar, are delicious. Not good for you, though. Let's see. I love dolphins and seals. Dolphins, because they're extremely intelligent. They're actually, the brightest of them are smarter than the average human, believe it or not. This is based upon equivalent intelligence tests that they have been given when the curious ones come up to hang out with us. And there's a fair number of them that do that. They're given tests to see how smart they are. The smartest of them are smarter than our average human beings. They're very, very intelligent. And, yeah, I think that's incredible. The only reason they don't have an organized civilization like we do is because they don't have hands and feet like we do. They can't manipulate the world as easily as we do. In a water biome, the most effective way to do that would be something like an octopus. An octopus, by the way, one of the smartest creatures on the planet, alongside dolphins. And some people even think that they're actually from another planet, that they came here from like an asteroid or something, which I can understand that because they're so strange and foreign looking. But really cool. I like octopodes, octopi. I don't know. Octopuses? That's always one. Anyways, I also love seals because they're literally water doggos. No shit, pardon my language. They are part of the carnivora genus, which is the same genus as dogs, wolves, foxes, bears, raccoons. They are water doggos. No joke. They might even actually make viable offspring with doggos if they were to breed. No wonder they have such an affinity towards us and they have such puppy dog eyes. I love seals. They're awesome. I am a vicarious astronaut through this channel. I don't know why I wrote that, but there you go. Maybe it has something to do with us talking about professions and whatnot. And I have soft nails. I think it's actually tied into, look at this, guys. I know it's weird. See that? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So those of you who are cringing right now because it's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I think that's related to me having some type of connective tissue issue that's undiagnosed, and I've been trying to get doctors to tell me what caused this for years, and they can't seem to figure it out. But that could also be related to, and I posted this in a video a while back, why I'm as intelligent as I am. I think that there's actually a connection between, ironically connective tissue disorders and higher levels of intelligence, because it like loosens up the connections in your cerebral cortex and allows it to expand a little bit more effectively. That's my guess. So, yeah, I'm considered a super genius. Not to toot my own horn, but technically, by the numbers, I am. And that might be why. That might be why. So, I grew up as a nomad in Northern California, bounced around all over the place. It was a very difficult upbringing. My parents would attest to that. We got evicted several times for various reasons, not paying rent and all that stuff. And, my parents had trouble with substances when I was younger. They've gotten past that now, but it took a long time. It's not easy, even for hardworking, intelligent people like my parents. Addiction is very tough, and that was one of the primary reasons we bounced around so much in Northern California when I was younger. We finally settled down in Roseville, in this house in which we live now, and that's where we're going to be for the rest of our lives. There's a house right next door that is about to go up for sale, which I want to buy, but because I've been constantly attacked by these demonic forces that I've been telling you guys about for so many episodes of this on this channel, which is true, I'm not lying, my finances have been crippled. I'm not broke, but I have no credit, which is ironic because I'm a real estate entrepreneur, and real estate entrepreneurs really do need credit. A credit score, I mean. Mine is not very good. I haven't checked it in a while because I know it's probably around something that it shouldn't be. It should be much higher. But when you've been attacked like I have been, it's very tough to get your head above water. And I have sources of income, but even that is a challenge. I've been to 40 states and 7 countries, at least 40 states, because I've lived in several parts of the country, done many things. Being a military veteran, you PCS a lot. I lived in Colorado Springs for a while, Del Rio, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Dayton, Ohio, and you also have little excursions that you go to in other parts of the country to get trainings and stuff. And, with the deployments, you see different countries. So I'm into Qatar, Greece, Germany, Great Britain, many others, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, or is it Uruguay? Paraguay, I think. Lots of different countries. Canada. And some of those on vacations, too. I've been to Mexico doing cruises and stuff with my family. But there you go. I'm a published author. If you want to find my documents that aren't officially published by a company, like I have a novel, it's right here, actually, black and white, The Odyssey of Eden, Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You learn somebody very in-depth by reading what they write. So those of you who want to know more about me, please buy this book and leave me a review. I could use your help. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. And it's not going to be the only book I write. I'm going to write a ton of them. Many more to come. But also, the stuff that isn't published by a publishing company, you can find on figshare.com. And I've even posted some scientific papers on marssocietypapers.org. But figshare.com, and just type in my name in the search engine, and you'll find my papers. Peyton Pearson. Type my name in there, you'll find my papers. I don't have them all up there, but I have the notable ones. A lot of the really good ones. Ones that I think are really good, anyway. Yeah, I've run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen half marathons. And because of my crucifixion disease, I can't do that anymore. It was a sudden onset. The technical name, the medical name that you could give it is acute idiopathic peripheral vascular disease. Acute, meaning sharp, happens all at once. Idiopathic means the doctors don't know what caused it. Peripheral, distal arms and legs. Vascular, the vascular system. Disease. It's a disease. And doctors don't know what caused it, but before that, I had run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen halves. I was a really good runner, too. I was also a track runner. My best mile time was a 4:44. It could have been better had this stuff not happened to me. My best marathon's a 2:52:23. You can find that if you go to coloradomarathon.com. I'm listed there, and I believe it was 2016. It's right around there. And then my best half is a 1:18. So I was good. I was really good when I was running. But, you know, literally kneecapped. You can't keep doing it. Demons attack you all the time. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is real. I've had enough trauma in my life for a regular person to unalive themselves half a dozen times over. I'm not exaggerating about that. I was talking about that with my mother actually a couple nights ago. Just because I was opening up a little bit, and I try to not tell too much of that, because if I open up too much, she soaks up too much of the emotion, just like anybody does, and it breaks them down. I've made therapists cry before. Therapists, psychologists. So is my mom, because the stuff that she's told the doctors, the therapists and whatnot, it's heavy. It's fucking heavy. All right? So I keep most of that stuff to myself. And the reason I take Prozac, I have PTSD, right? What Prozac does, it doesn't numb me. What it does is it makes me stop focusing on things that I cannot change. It mutes those things and allows me to focus on the things that I can change. No matter how many times the goalpost gets moved on me, okay, roll with the punches. You keep going forward until somebody comes to help you. Anyway, I started YouTube that was one of the reasons. So that who I am and what I am would not be lost forever. Because I don't have any kids, I don't have a wife, and I don't have a job. I live off of disability because no matter what I do, the goalpost keeps on getting moved on me. I cannot get a job where either I'm not treated like a slave or I am not paid what I am worth. I've literally had jobs in the past few years that have paid me 50 cents an hour equivalent. And then I've had jobs that have treated me like I'm garbage. There's a lot of stuff I can do. I can't get a job. So that's after applying for 1,400 jobs on different job posting platforms. When somebody says that they're urgently hiring for an electrical engineer, they're lying. They're lying. They want a visa, an H-1B visa holder, so that they can pay them 10% of what they're actually worth. If you have a master's in electrical engineering, like this guy right here, they're not going to hire you. They're just not. Because they have to pay you what you're worth, and they don't want to do that. So, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. I'm just opening up to you. It has not been fun. If I get too emotional about it, I will wear you out. I will make you sad. And I don't want to do that. I'm here to inspire and encourage you guys. Basically, all the stuff that's happened in my life, I want you guys to know about it so that you can see that you can keep going even through all of this. One last thing. I said that this is enough to make somebody unalive themselves half a dozen times. I'll just list some of the things out. First one, having been rejected by every single woman I've ever asked out or only tacitly dated them and then they ran away never to talk to me again. Second one, being a marathon runner and no longer being able to walk even right now. Third one, not being able to get a job. Fourth one, nearly getting a dishonorable discharge when I left the military because they were trying to fuck me over. Fifth one, being disqualified as a pilot entirely unjustly when I was trying to become an astronaut. I still am. 5 right there. 6, not being able to get a job out of my time in the military. And I'll leave it at that. The only reason I bring that up, not to make you guys feel sad or unhappy, but to make you guys see that you can keep going, even through that. One of the phrases that I say, and apparently came out of like a naval military document, naval AFI or something to that effect, until death, all defeats are psychological. So it doesn't matter what's happened to me in my life if I'm still breathing and able to continue. Physically, I have been damaged, but that doesn't matter. I'm still going. And so can you. Alright? I wanted to give you a little bit more. I want this person who's going to watch this, I want to meet you. And get to know you. Alright. Love you all. Peace. Delays eat up the life that you could have lived. Welcome to day 176 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Delay, delay, delay. Blockade, blockade, blockade. That's the name of the game, is what they say. What the hey? Yeah. I mentioned in my last video, I'm 36 years old now. And that's 36 years of experience behind me. And usually, it's expected that you're in your mature peak, where your mind is isn't going to decay like it does when you get older and your memory starts to fade and all that stuff. You're at the peak around the age of 35. You're at your physical peak, at least it is scientifically derived through the studies and whatnot, around 24. And this, of course, varies from person to person, depending on how much effort you actually put into your body and taking care of yourself. Turns out that it ends up being 24, really because that's about the age that people stop their physical pursuits in general. But if you're somebody like a bodybuilder that is trying to compete to be an IFBB pro, then they, strangely enough, actually peak around their 40s. Their late 30s to early 40s. And I'm not kidding about that. You can look it up. Nevertheless, you get to my age, 36, this is about the maximum that I'm going to get out of my mental clarity. The wisdom will continue to grow because I'm going to continue adding on to it with the books that I read, the mentors that I absorb, the experiences. I'm not going to just stay stationary, even if I don't seem to have the resources to do really big things, which I don't. So the wisdom is going to continue growing. But the mental clarity is going to potentially start fading at this point. So no more name of the game being delay. It can't be. It simply can't. And I want to be there for the kids that I do have. Hopefully it's going to be a lot. So that when they're in their 20s, I'm actually still able to move around and be a part of their life. It's already kind of difficult with the stuff that's happened to my legs and my arms too. I don't mention that very as often as I do my legs, but yes, I don't have pulses in my wrists because of the crucifixion disease. So I want to be mobile to some degree for them. The delays have to stop. They have to. This is no longer a matter of trying to fix the world to allow the fullness of who and what I am to be perfectly realized. The world has had its time limit. If that's what we're waiting for right now, the time limit is up. I literally can't wait longer. If I wait longer, I will pass the peak entirely, and I will not be able to fully come into who and what I am. I was just watching a video by Estelle Richter, another very attractive female creator on YouTube, who seemed to say the exact words that I needed to hear. Very much fit in with what I'm telling you right now. It can't be delayed anymore. Now, I'm telling you that the stuff that happened to me in the past was not there to evolve me. I know a lot of you are trying to fall into the camp of, oh, resistance makes a diamond, blah, 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 and fall into that Stockholm syndrome. I am telling you, God can use your enemy's animus for his purposes. Don't get me wrong. And he does all the time because there are so many enemies everywhere. But these people that did this to me really were not my friends. They genuinely were not. They weren't trying to turn me into a diamond or whatever. And I certainly don't look like a diamond.